Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Planetfall Invitational. Yesterday was really exciting. We saw some upsets, and I think some of the best competitive parallel that we've seen in a really, really long time, if ever. So we've got some really, really exciting games on the horizon today. Our four finalists, we've got Kartoha, Sequinox, Ivan, and D Money. Some of the themes have been like bonds versus content creators, and currently D Money is the only content creator ambassador that has made it through. So it's been pretty interesting to see. How are we all feeling about the competition today, folks?
Stoked. Stoked. I cannot be more excited for the games today. The guys that made it this far, they all were very convincing yesterday. To see them
Yeah.
up against each other will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was really impressed by D-Money's upset. Even us speaking before the tournament, we're like, okay, D-Money is a creator, but he really impressed, beating Lambi, for example. And yeah, really excited also about Kartoha, how he's like 6-0 right now. So definitely, and the decks are crazy. What we're gonna see today.
Yeah, and it's just fun watching new people coming into the competitive scene and showing that it's quite possible to make a name for yourself in this game. It's very cool seeing people make new decks specifically for the competitive meta and watching them do really well.
Yeah.
I think there's
No.
a lot to that point, Tia, especially with this new format that we haven't seen before. Having a ban this time around, a conquest with 4 decks. Uh, the best players brought the best worst decks. I learned that from Lamby yesterday when I was talking to him. Like you had to figure out. Everybody knew what were probably their 1 or 2 decks were, but the real decision making came from that third or fourth deck that you knew were going to be the other third and fourth deck. So that's where a lot of the creativity come. And when we see these matches and go over some deck lists, you'll be able to see why. Like the creativity is there, and it's really really cool to see because that stuff is not normally seen on ladder and stuff.
Yeah, competition's definitely ramping up. We were talking about that yesterday. Knowing how to play the field in a competition is a completely different skill than just grinding ladder. And I think it was really interesting that yesterday, like, we didn't see a ton of Neve. Like, for us that are playing the parallel ladder, we know that so much of the matchups are like Neve and Kathy, and we definitely did see it, but we got to spot like Augencore a bit, and I think feel like we potentially watched Augencore almost the most. Like there was a lot of that gameplay, which was really cool. And so yeah, it's definitely a different skill taking it to an actual competition.
Yeah. Oh, we have the bracket here, and you can see the guys that made it this far, like, were very, very convincing. We had a few really, really tight games. I feel like Ivan really had to fight through the gauntlet, getting the 2-3-3-2 matchups. But the other guys that got there, they came in pretty swift. So Ivan's got a lot to prove to these guys that even though he didn't get his 3-0s, he went against some fierce competitors with Tyler and Feno, but I'm sure he'll put make everybody run for their money for these next matches.
Oof. Still want to bring attention to Kartoha going 3-0 both matches, currently undefeated in the tournament. That's pretty impressive. So definitely would be scared going up against him for sure.
Especially in an invitational, getting a perfect record so far is actually pretty crazy because these matches were everybody that was invited was someone experienced in TCGs or has been playing the game for a while. So to get a matchup like that, he beat a creator and a bond player, so someone that's been playing the game for a while and someone that is just very well experienced with TCGs. So shout out to him for going 6-0 so far.
Yeah, what do you
Yeah.
guys think? Like the bonds versus the creators. I feel like we should like spotlight the bonds real quick. We got Ivan representing the Devmons, Kartoha with Paragon's DAO, Sequinox with YGG, and then D Money, just the lone creator.
Yeah, he is a creator. We shout out some support to him because in the Exile Bond, he is a creator that will be getting cards from us. So I just want to we gave him all. We didn't even know he was competing at first, and then he
Oh,
came
no.
and he's like, "Guys, I'm competing." We're like, "Dude, you should have told us. We would have, helped you out, and stuff."
Yeah.
But that even goes to show how good he is as a player in these TCGs. He just did his own research, figured out what was the meta, figured out what worked for him, and then he just steamrolled his way through. So good on him, man. I'm wishing him some luck today.
And would you guys like to explain the bond system real quick to any new people who are coming into this game for the first time?
Who wants to take a crack at it?
Yeah. So essentially, the bonds are these groups of players and collectors that can pull up all the NFTs, the card NFTs and assets like keys, companions, and they can lend it to other players. So other players can borrow these cards and use them to earn a percentage of the Prime token. So this is something that it's really innovative in the gaming scene, and it's just available and possible because of the blockchain technology. So yeah, essentially that's bonds in a nutshell.
Yeah. I think it's time to take a look at some of the deck lists. So let's lead into that.
All right, who are we looking at first?
Well, I know my personal favorite, I believe, was I think it's D-Money's Kathari list. Yeah, so since the fourth list everybody's bringing is a little bit of a spicy secret list, I must say, I like this list a lot since I'm a Kathari main, and I like the fact that D-Money was able to win with all his lists up until now, so that's quite nice. I mean, for those of you who are new to the world of Parallel, I mean, this specific faction thrives on having as many cards on the board, sticking on the board. Every time they attack a card, they will grow in defense and attack. So that's essentially what this does. And you've got some neat little cards thrown in here too, like Lord Harf. Now, knowing that you're playing against things like Shroud, playing against Markolian, Lord Harf not only makes your effects cost one less, it makes your opponent's effects cost one more, making them just a little bit slower in terms of tempo, and really just such a cool card to have here. You also have the Scanner Probe, which is a universal card not everybody plays, but it also allows you to take a look at the top card of your opponent's deck each turn and maybe steal the card in exchange for one of yours. So there's some deck manipulation here too. You still have the very strong Triumph of Europa, which will allow you to play a bunch of cards from your waist a second time, a third time, and just give you an astronomical amount of tempo. So that's essentially what this deck does. I quite like it, and the fact that it made it this far, just playing your normal convergent setups, is quite phenomenal. I hope we get to see it again today. And yeah, hopefully more people will try Kathari on the ladder after this game.
I like that list a lot. He kept it straight and simple to what Naeus and Kathari are known for doing, and just full on kept the tempo. It's a good list. It's honestly it's what's kind of been standard when you see a Naeus on ladder, but that's the beauty in it. He didn't change it up anything specifically. He kept it straight to its roots, and it's been working for him. He's getting that tempo and pushing.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I always mention on my stream. That's you can play a super good deck and still lose against a starter deck Naeus. So that's the other reason like we see so many infamous bots also in the ladder just play Naeus, because it's really powerful, the passive of Naeus. So making it really simple, it's definitely something that it's possible and it can actually beat anything. So yeah.
There's nothing worse as a master player seeing a Naeus against you. It doesn't matter what's the rank. I'm going to even argue if it's a lower rank, you're even more scared because that means you're going to lose more MMR. Yeah, I've lost games where it's like a full 24 MMR loss against like a silver player. And I'm just like banging my desk like, oh my God, how am I losing? Like Naeus is powerful. If you give it room and you don't respect it, it humbles you, man.
Yeah.
And
True.
even when you win, like a lower rank, you're only getting like +6 MMR or
You don't
something.
feel good
You're
either
like,
way. You just walk down. You're like, I need to step away for a second. I need to like breathe and think about things.
Simple but effective, I would say.
Very effective. Yeah,
That's the line for sure. All
very
right, should we
effective.
do the next one?
Yep. Who do we got next lined up for us?
So yeah, I was thinking about Kartoha's universal deck. Really interesting how he uses one of my most surprising cards here is the Silent Surgeon. It's a 5-cost card. I'm not sure about the stats, but
3/3.
the fact that
I think it's 3/3.
Thanks
Yeah.
for the correction. So yeah, it heals you 5 health. So in a meta where essentially you're playing against Kathy, healing 5 can actually get you out of lethal range. So that's something that can definitely give him the edge in this tournament, since he only needs some turns and some time. He just needs to save time in order to play Ingrid, in order to play Freydis. So definitely a card that I will be looking out if it's really effective in this tournament. The other card, it's the Edian Hammer, which is another possible card that can deal lethal damage in a deck that definitely can exhaust Neve's dominions, for example, little by little, trimming its health. So by the time you can play this hammer, you will be able to essentially deal lethal. So it's possible. The Ruined Tinker is another card that's played in most universal decks. Essentially, you get a unit drawn from the waste. Well, from actually destroying a card in your waste at the end of each turn. So it's also a card that at the end of the enemy turn can give you a drone, but you gotta be careful to not burn one of their cards because you can give them a drone in this sense. The Gun Barge is also a card that can definitely disrupt the tempo of any deck, for example, Neve. And this deck is also really, really powerful, I would say, against Nehemiah. By the end, if you manage to play an Ingrid, you are set. The Master Poisoner also helps in this feat. So yeah, very balanced deck. That I would say the biggest weakness is Kathy, but with that Surgeon, as I mentioned in the beginning, we shall see what happens. So yeah, very good deck.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious to see how the Silent Surgeon pans out, because there's a part of me that's like, 5 health.
It's
It's
too
like
slow.
Yeah.
one extra cast of Orbital Strike when you have got 2 fleet supports down. I mean, but I agree. I feel like the goal is to just survive as long as you can and to get to Freydis and Ingrid, right? And so, but you have to be able to kill them on the counter swing the next turn, or they're just going to be like, okay, well, if I have time, I'm just going to burn you out. So it'll be interesting to see if that's as effective as maybe he's thinking.
Yeah, there's so much disruption in that deck. I mean, there's 3 Master Poisoners in there.
Yeah.
There's like 3 Gun Barge, 3 Unstable Shield Generator. He just wants. Some people try to turbo through the deck. Like it's like, how can I try to draw as many cards or something like that? He went like, how can I just like try to stall out my opponent's board and wait till I draw the key pieces I needed. So I'm excited to see how that one does. It's an interesting way of approaching it.
It's like
I
tech
remember
cards plus
Yeah.
Ingrid Freydis.
Yes, exactly.
I remember in the beginning, I was at the beginning of Planetfall, I was playing against you, Mookah, and I was using a similar list as this. And you were playing the. This is actually the first time I saw the Kathy deck that you were playing with the BLM Patrol, and I was dropping the Harv, and you were like, even with the Harv stalling you down, you managed to absolutely destroy me each time playing this universal deck.
I think I played you on
even by
ladder.
playing the Ingrid. Yeah, this was just in the beginning after the preseason of Planetfall. So that's why I'm very curious if this Silent Surgeon will be effective here.
Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. I used to hate playing Ingrid against Ingrid so much, and I think it was against you specifically on ladder that I would even play like the Scimitar Captain from Marcolian, the split
Yeah,
card that you could discard a card from your opponent's hand. Because I was
yeah.
like, I'm just gonna do what Shroud does, because I don't want to keep playing against this Ingrid and just get wrecked. Because you can sometimes you can't burn all the way. But yeah, the universal list is very powerful. Kartoa bringing his own version. I like that a lot. One that I wanted to highlight is Ivan's Iraq deck that we talked a lot about yesterday. The deck had a huge amount of tempo. I actually got to talk to some of the people on DevMond, which is Ivan's Bond, and they were talking about how they liked Iraq because if you can ban out Shroud, the deck does not lose in tempo according to them against any other deck. And we saw that because every time this guy was playing this deck, there were units on the board. He always had something on the board. He was buffing his units with the tokens, getting a bunch of bots on board. It still plays the same OTK that we know from Juggernaut Workshop with the TVA Star, the Portable Energy Bay, the Memento, the Fallen. That combo is all still there, but he also has some interesting techs in there like the Master Poisoner, the One Saboteur. So just overall good tempo. Even the Alvaro Interrogator, he did not want to lose to Catherine. He was going to let Catherine stick. They were going to ban Shroud and just be ready for these matchups. So like a huge amount of pressure. Those tokens, like I ignore them sometimes, but they catch up on you. So shout out to them for thinking of this deck. Very, very powerful in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I feel like we could probably head to Sequinox's Universal deck as well here. We just discussed Universal quite a bit, but it'd be interesting to kind of look at some of the differences. A lot of similarities, but I want to bring attention to Acid Spray because, to be completely honest with y'all, I didn't realize this was a card, but it's if you don't know what it is, it's a destroy target upgrade, then deal 2 damage to the unit that upgrade was attached to. And I think that this is specifically in there to try and handle Memento of the Fallen. That's been one of like the big themes in this tournament is the Overclock Augencore combo wombo with the Portable Energy Bay Memento pass off. You can push some crazy damage. So the Acid Spray can get rid of the upgrade and reset it essentially. And that can definitely bring down the power level. Also, similar here, not quite as techy, I would say, as the previous deck. There's the Alvaro Interrogator, really good against Cathy's, right? It's making you pay 3 life every time you're casting an effect as well, so that definitely is making them take a lot of damage. And I would say that also a big shout out to the Master Poisoners. I feel like that's been like underestimated just in general. I feel like having a copy in most decks is pretty decent, honestly. Very good at answering like big Earthen minions and stuff like that. So I like this list from Sequinox as well.
The way the 2 universal decks are teched is like so interesting. Like they both went kind of similar but different routes. So we'll see how they pair off because they're on opposite ends of the bracket too. So if they do see each other, it'll be in the finals.
Wow.
Yeah. All right,
Yep.
before we go around here and pick our predictions, and we each have to do a different one so the curse does not apply. I just want to do a quick thank you to the sponsors. We got Portal, Community Gaming, Saga, and of course Echelon. Special thanks to Echelon for the $20,000 prize pool of this event. So big thank you to our sponsors today. And now, Tia, boom, go. Who's your prediction for today's
D-Money.
tournament? D-Money?
Putting it out there.
D-Money.
D-Money.
Sticking with the
Go.
Catharis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, that's quite
Kathari.
fitting because Kathari is your fave, so I feel like
Yeah.
you
I am
represent
biased.
it.
Totally biased.
And you, Ellie? Who's your pick?
Honestly, Sequinox. I mean, I think I'd be happy if any of them win. They're all incredible, but I think Sequinox is my champion for this tournament today.
A good pick. Those are both good picks. I'm gonna pick Ivan. We've like as an exile, bond member, we versed Devmons quite a bit, so I respect the Devmons team a lot. Ivan is a fierce competitor, and every time we see him up in the higher ends of a tournament towards the end, I'm always like nervous / like pissed because I don't want to verse him. So I'm putting my faith in him on this one.
Yeah, Well, that leaves me once again with Kartoha, my fellow friend from the Parasol Bond, and also a DevMons member. I truly believe he will win this. So yeah, let's go, Kartoha.
Let's go.
He's
You
the one
guys-
in here that's won a title so far, so he's going for a
Oh.
second one.
Yeah, he won
Can
against Ivan, right? And the last one, the Argent.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he beat Ivan. So we have one more time, like 2 finalists from the Argent tournament.
All right. All right. Well, I think we're about ready to get underway with the matches. So let's get to it. That's exciting. See who will be the victor.
Let's do it. Exciting.
All right, guys. One more time, I just want to do a special thank you to the Echelon Prime Foundation for sponsoring this weekend's prize pool. This tournament and the league is made possible by the Prime Token, the official sponsor of the upcoming Parallel League. You can learn more about the Parallel League, the point structure, and upcoming events by visiting parallelleague.game. And remember, this month is the first month where your rank counts towards the league. So get those rank matches in, get your placements, because it will matter.
$500,000 prize pool, y'all, leading
It's no
up to
joke.
a world championship. How cool would it be to be the first parallel world champ? I mean, come on.
That's crazy.
That'd
There's
be
a
quite
lot of
exciting.
games. There's a lot of games where I remember the first champions.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you will
totally.
be marked in history. That'll be a crazy feat. I
Ooh, I
can't.
actually got like chills thinking about
Yeah.
like who that person is gonna
I want to
be.
see. I want to see a person with like a cup like in their hand, like just
Yes,
like with
yes.
that moment will be literally crazy. So I mean, you never know. It could be one of these four. If they're pushing it this hard in the invitational with the amount of theory crafting and skill level that they have, you could see one of these guys' names as the grand champion at the end of this year, at the end of the circuit.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a look at the lineups first. I think we're going to start with Ivan. We talked about one of his decks, but we're going to take a look at
Here's
all
that
of them.
Iraq again. Nice,
Mhm.
super heavy tempo, very, very strong on the board. He is fine with taking the Catherine matchup with this deck, and even against the workshop matchup. So it's a smart bring, Allie. Like it's I don't think like there's too many matchups where he's afraid to bring it, and it definitely is something that's comfort for him, but not comfortable for other people to go against. So that gives him an advantage.
That's so true, actually. Like, if you're really proficient with a deck and it's not something that people are used to playing against, like that actually can give you a huge edge. So, yeah, I love to see it. Iraq is I think it's one of the coolest paragons in the game. So, I really respect bringing the deck. So, yeah, big shout to Ivan and the Devmons. I know they all love Iraq big time.
Yeah.
Right.
We got the Catherine, the standard Catherine. This one is, I mean, this is like one of the decks where it's like hard if you want to try to tech out for matchups. You just stick to the bread and butter. This is what works. You burn them to death. You get the board advantage. You churn it through with like the improvised tactics and the Triumph of Mars. I mean, it's standard. We all know this deck. We all love this deck. We all really hate this deck. Going against it because it's really scary.
We all love this deck? I was going to say.
I love this deck. I
No,
love
I'm
playing
kidding.
this deck. I don't like seeing this deck on the other
Yeah,
side.
No, it's a good time.
Yeah,
All right, on to the next. Nehemiah. Nehemiah is pretty solid. I just want to say that. I feel like it maybe doesn't get talked about quite as much, but it's been good for a while. So it looks like there is a Gaia's Call in there and Altar of Gaia. It seems like sometimes people are choosing to forego the Altar of Gaia. Combos really well with the Terra, getting extra flourish triggers off of her. So yeah, this looks like a pretty solid list. Two virulent spores. It seems like the trend has been to cut back on the spores, maybe because Kathari isn't quite as popular, right? So the AoE not being quite as necessary.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Gaia's Call go off this tournament yet, so if Ivan gets it off, that'll be huge. That card is still as scary as ever. can literally win a game by pulling all of the cards out of your bank by a turn. If you get it right on curve, like around turn 6, turn 7, and will just win you the game from there. So you got to respect the guy's call. I'm sure anyone versing him that saw that list is now going to be on the lookout for that card.
Yeah, I always was debating, if it's worth it at this point because so many people are running Saboteur to answer the fleet support from Kathy, but at the same time, it has to be answered or it ends the game. So,
Yep.
You got to respect it, even if it can get answered. And sometimes they don't have the answer. So,
100%.
all right, on to the next. And
Neve. Neve is, I don't think we've seen as much Neve gameplay because everyone's banning it. It's by far the most banned deck in the tournament so far. I think like by double-digit amount in terms of like the next deck that's been banned. And there's good reason for it. The control matchup is tough, and especially with the power that Neve has with being able to wipe the board and then build their own board by turn 9, it's a huge threat.
Not to mention the hand disruption. Poor Tyler. 3 treacherous schemings in, I don't know, the first 10 terms or something. It was absolutely brutal. So Neve is a force to be reckoned with.
So. I see a tech card. He's even got the Taste of Power. That's a little Devmon special, not normally played by other Shroud players. Taste of Power lets both players search a card, any card, and add it to their hand. But it could be a trap, so it's like it adds that mind game because if it's later in the game, they can search the treacherous scheming and just take out what you just searched, or you could just search the next piece. As the opposing player, you don't know, do I get the best card or do I get any card, because you don't know if you're about to lose it.
Yeah.
Very, very good choice from him.
All right, I think time to move on to Sequinox's decks here. So first up, we got Nehemiah. Not running Altar of Gaia, in contrast to Ivan's decks here. We see Tane. Like, I feel like you don't always see Tane come out, but we love Tane. Let's see, what else do we have going on here?
Just got some cleanse the earth action going on, not seen in Ivan's list, so there is some difference between the two, right? Sequinox, like you said, chose no relics, but chose to choose the cleanse the earth.
And 3
so he can bounce back.
Left.
Yeah, he wants to bounce back any of these tokens that are coming out, any units that are like scaling and attack that he wants to reset their stats. Overall, a good choice. I think it'll work really well as the decks dwindle down for both players. The Cleanse of Earth gets more and more powerful depending on like the later stage decks that Ivan could bring. So overall, really, really good. And the 2 Saboteurs in this too, which is not normal.
Yeah. Do you think that 1 copy of Spores is a mistake, or do you like that?
No, it's like it's kind of like a decision. Some players choose to bring Nehemiah and be a little more control-y and try to just win off value. So that's kind of like the Altar of Gaias and the Spores. Like those help a lot. It's a lot of value that you're trying to just generate through like battle and stuff like that. The other side of the coin though is like players that want to be a really tempo, like big units on curve, just keep putting units on and get that like kind of power spike that way. And if you can ramp properly, like if a Steward of the Garden gets the stick and you get larger and larger units, it becomes more of a problem. And that's like how those decks typically run less Spores because they are also trying to win the unit game.
Right. Yeah, I think both strategies super viable, but oftentimes I feel like Nehemiah really is good in that tempo game. Like you just get your ramp down early and then you just spiral out of control, and then all of a sudden there's a 7-7 and an 8-8 on the board and you're like, what the hell can I do against this?
Yes. It could be a very, very big problem. So I'm interested. I don't know if they'll go head to head right now, straight up with like Nehemiah or something. But if they do, that'll be interesting to see how the builds like differ, how their difference, how it lines up in the matchup.
For sure. All right, we'll move on to the next one.
The brand.
Yeah, the brand pick. How bizarre. Lambie tweeted yesterday that Equinox may have been drunk when submitting his lineup. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's 200 IQ. Maybe it isn't. We don't know. But what do you think of this brand deck, Mookah?
I think in general, and I'll tell you, because like Manos was a player that played Sequinox and lost, and when he was talking about his draft, or his ban period with Equinox, he didn't know what to think of the brand, and it was like pretty much like auto ban because it's kind of like that comfort thing. Like I'm not
Mm.
comfortable playing a brand right now, so get it out of the way, and it is a shroud. But brand in general it's an interesting pick. I still don't know if I'm like super behind it, but it has obviously all the core engine components of a shroud, but it doesn't have that board wipe that Neve has that scales. But a turn 5 brand later on in the game with like later on in the set with decks that aren't typically good against brand, I think that's what Sequinox's mindset was kind of like, that a turn 5 brand can't really be responded by a lot of those later decks, so it's just a good option to bring on and kind of clean up the rest of the set. So, I mean, I respect the decision. I understand it. I hope we get to see it because I want to see this in action. But I have a feeling if there's a deck to ban in Sequinox's lineup, this might be one of them.
Honestly, I actually really like it because let's think about it for a second. You get all of the really strong early stuff with Shroud. Like you have the Steward and the Life
Yep.
Siphon and everything, but the mid game, because you can drop Bran, is annoying. Like for most decks, the only option would be like another Shroud being able to banish him or something. But then if you get to the late game and it's like a Shroud Mirror, you have the demolecularize for the Neve board, and you have more value options probably than after that initial Neve gets landed, because you've got unseen allies and stuff like that. So I actually think that Bran has a decent shot, like in the mirror against
Yeah.
other decks. So I actually like it, honestly.
I think this is
about
I
it.
think it's really good. One thing to note is I'm pretty sure Sequinox is playing 2 Saboteurs in every deck. He hates relics. No relics in any deck.
That's all fleet support, right? I
Yeah.
mean, it's gotta be it. It's just,
Yep.
you know,
If a Catherine sticks, he's gonna go to the next deck, and don't worry, there's relic removal in there too.
for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do we have next here? Yes. Okay, we got the Naeus. We talked about it, quite a bit earlier, so maybe don't need to rehash too much. I always love to see Odious come out. It's one of my favorite cards in the game, so I'm happy that Odious is included here, of course.
Yeah. You can tell by the decks he's brought today that he's banning Shroud in every match that he's going into, because
yeah,
he does
sure.
all his units. He brought the Tane and Earthen. He's bringing the Odious here, and then man, there's the Brand and Shroud. Like all these cards would get kind of punished by banish effects, but he's decided to just get rid of Shroud completely and just win off the value game against any other parallel, which I think is a very smart choice. Like some people chose to ban the Catherine the whole way because Catherine can kind of high roll its way to victory, and you don't want to give them a free win. But he chose the opposite approach, where he's like, if you get the Catherine win, you get the Catherine win, but I'm gonna play cards to keep going against Catherine, and I have a bunch of value on board. So he either wants to keep going into Catherine and beating it, or just outvaluing anybody he goes against.
Yeah. Honestly, I love this lineup. Like, I
Yeah.
think it's such a solid strategy. Like, why even give Shroud the option? Because it has the widest tool set in the game right now.
Yep.
And so just don't deal with it at all. Ban it every time. And then run Saboteur, 2 copies in every deck. So if you run into annoying Cathies, then you have the answer. I mean,
I think
I love it.
I think this is the most
it's
well-rounded and like cohesive like submission of decks that I've seen in the tournament.
absolutely. Or it feels like the strategy is very clear. Like
Yes,
you know what
yep.
he's doing.
Yep.
Nice. And then we've got the universal deck as well, which is, I feel like, is kind of a sleeper. Like the universal can be so annoying, and Ingrid, Freitas are absolutely nuts. So I'm kind of shocked to see that 2 players in the finals are bringing universal, but I mean, I guess the proof is in the pudding, right?
Yep. They believe that it could take the games that it's in when they would bring it out. I assume Universal's being brought out like third deck or second or third deck every time. So they feel like it wins the value game. Like Ingrid speaks for itself. It's like one of the best cards in the game. It just takes over the whole thing. So I completely get it. I think it's good. So shout out to them for recognizing that opportunity and bringing out the universal, because it's not something that's easily seen. You get caught up in like, oh, I want to make my parallel work. Like, what do I have to put in to have the best version? And then sometimes you're like, you don't got to put anything. Just put all the other cards and universal cards, and it'll do itself.
And Juggernaut Workshop is just still, like, the Juggernaut summons are still very strong,
Yes.
Um, They're tricky to deal with, huge tempo swings, and so I really like both of their lineups. I I'm excited to see
You
the
got a
match down the
favorite? Who
road.
are you? You picked Sequinox? How are you feeling after this? Are you still rooting for
You
Sequinox?
know, I really like his strategy. Like I said, we
Yeah,
just discussed it, but it feels very clear to me. And if I was playing in this tournament, I just would not want to face Shroud. I really don't think
yeah,
I would. And
yeah,
so I love it. I think it's great. But I will
yeah.
say I Iraq is one of my faves. So I really, credit Ivan for
You're
for
torn on
bringing.
this one. You're torn on this one a little bit. I can
Yeah,
sense it.
yeah.
I
So
think Ivan, if I'm sure he's seen all the lists that Sequinox has brought. So my only recommendation is to not get caught up in the repeat Catherine. If you lose with Catherine, it's probably better to move on than
mm,
to fall in the loop. Because that's probably what happened in the other games that Sequinox did. If someone lost with a Catherine, they probably just locked it in again. But he's ready for that matchup every time. Like even if he loses it, at least his deck is prepared for that matchup and in ways that you wouldn't expect. Like I would never expect as like a Nehemiah player going against a Nehemiah as Catherine that my fleet support's gonna get hit. I would probably expect it to stay most of the time. But yeah, I think that's gonna be Ivan's game plan. If he gets caught in like a Catherine loop, like he loses a game as Catherine goes into Catherine again, he might be in trouble. But if he can quickly shift off, I think it'll be fine.
yeah.
Oh,
Tricky though,
mirror
because it's
match.
conquest. You gotta win with all your decks. Ooh
Yep.
la la, okay. Alright.
We have an Earthen mirror match, the one that I was pretty interested in. So they both have locked it in first. Pretty much the safe pick if you don't go against Shroud, right? Like this deck just has a lot of value.
Yep.
So you'll be able to generate off that and see who goes. Ivan looks like he will be going first this game. We get to see the mulligans. Let's see if their strategies diverge a little bit in what they want to keep.
Ooh, very interesting. And let's bring attention again. Ivan is playing Gaia's and Sugonox is not.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, I always wonder if you should like keep a saboteur or something because you want to respect it so much.
Yeah.
It looks like okay, we got word on their bans as well, and whoop, would you know it? Shocker, both the Shroud, Brand, and Neve were banned. So
Yeah. Both of them hard mulligan for 5, and Sequinox looks pretty favored in the mulligan. He gets 2 Stewards of the Garden. That is going to be huge for his ramp. Like, unfortunately, the other 3 cards are all his big boss monsters that he probably didn't want to see just yet. So some of those will be going to the bank. But Ivan drawing a more reactive board, not typically that great against an 0-4 that comes out in scales. So he's going to have to adapt as the game goes on for sure.
yeah, I think when you're playing the mirror though, like you have to have the Steward of the Garden. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like you just full mull and
Yeah.
look for that girl.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Oh my God, plays the Steward of the
Oh,
Garden and draws that Moonlit, and that will be huge for him because that is the huge tempo swing that you would need that's where the ramp starts and things get scary. You get a 2-4, and then on turn 3, there's a 7-7 and a 6-6 on the board. So this can get really dangerous if Ivan can't find a way to answer it. But he's choosing to try to turbo along his deck, try to find some more pieces he may need. No steward anything ramp yet. He has the fungi if he needs, or the student of Shoshana, but nothing crazy. This Sequinox's hand looks way better at this point in the game.
yeah, this is looking a little rough.
Yeah, man.
I don't when I'm playing Earth and I find that I bank formidable presence quite a bit. Like you don't want to, it never feels good, but I
Yeah,
feel like it's oftentimes the bank pick.
it's
Uh,
a battle of titans, right? So you don't want to give up that energy the next turn to not be able to play a unit if they can answer you. So that I
exactly.
think that makes sense. It gets pretty scary at that point.
Ooh, that
Draws
seems
it to a steward. That's not that bad.
that's interesting. I like that. I think like 2 into 1 here
Yep.
is gotta be the play. Like, I was stressing a little bit for him because it was looking like turn 3 was gonna be pretty awkward, like, just playing, off curve with a 2 cost, but I think that kinda rounds things out kind of nicely for him. Now the question is what's the bank?
Yeah. What's the
Uh
2-drop also? Which one are you liking, the fungi or are you liking the student?
I was liking I was liking the student,
Yep,
but
I think I agree with you on that one. Just getting a 3/3 on board. He's gonna need more units because he's not gonna win off the stats game alone. So I think he definitely needs more students. He has to bank one of these bigger cards because he doesn't have another. I mean, he can play at Nehemiah next turn, but he may need something like lower cost to combo. You never know what you draw into.
man, yeah, Shamak has really turned into such a great card. That's a tricky one. That's what I love parallel. I mean, these decisions
Yep.
of, what to bank adds a whole layer of complexity to the game that you don't often see in other card games. So I love it.
100%. And he chose to bank the fungi and draws another one. So he's keeping the units. He was trusted in the RNG. He probably knows that he's gonna have to play Nehemiah, so it gives him a couple turns to maybe draw some more cards. Sequinox going next here. He could just bring out this Nehemiah right now and he'll have a 7/7 and a 6/6 because all defenders will have attack equal to their health. So that
Mhm.
Moonlet's gonna be a big beast if he gets that out right now. Or he could just keep developing more defenders.
Yeah, I often feel like it feels better to get the Nehemiah's defender out before, right? Because then
Hmm.
as soon as you drop Nehemiah, you have your 8/8. So I like that a lot of the time, but perhaps the tempo advantage of just being able to make this Moonlit a 6/6 is better.
Yeah.
So I'm that's
I'm
I like
surprised he attacks
it.
with the oh no, he can only attack with the Moonlit here. So yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Hitting the Cunning Diplomat, passing Defender here to the Steward for Ivan. Ivan now has to decide, does he bring out his own Nehemiah to try and counter this, or does he has a 5 energy play or a 4 energy play with the Diplomat and an upgrade, but I don't think that would do much alone.
Mm, man, this is tricky.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough one. Ivan is
I
a
think
little bit
the
on the back foot here.
Yeah, the Earthen mirror is pretty wild because like the passing off of defender, like it gets pretty intense. And I would say like I don't know, is it just the first player that drops Nehemiah is in a huge advantage, or do you want to hold it back so and try and answer theirs and
Yeah.
then I don't think it's super clear cut, honestly.
It's very tough, especially since Equinox drew like the ideal combo, and
Mm-hmm.
that's where things get really difficult here. Ivan has to figure out how to dwindle down Sequinox's resources and maybe try to stop the ramp by trying to get rid of that steward. But there's literally a 13 health wall in front of him. How is he gonna get through this? He's only got 9 attack to work with right now on this turn. Is he going to try to weaken the Moonlit? No, he's just going to pass. He's going to leave the decision making up to Sequinox.
Yeah.
I
Oof.
mean, this could be something where the cleanse. Oh my god, that's literally what I was about to say.
Wow.
That a cleanse the earth could really change up a lot of the decision making for Equinox. But he also has the Saleya, so Saleya will allow him to just end his turn and pick 2 units, and they battle, and his unit gets armed. So he's just gonna take out the other Nehemiah just like that.
Yeah. I mean, that was perfect.
Yep.
Absolutely perfect. Honestly, could
So
you even have a better hand for this situation? I
no,
mean,
this
in the
he's ready.
steward, into the moonlit, I mean,
Yeah.
whew.
You see him, he's vibing to his music. He's just playing the game. He
Yep.
knows what he's got to do. It's all muscle memory. All the
Yeah.
decisions at this point.
Love watching the players get into, like, a flow state,
Yep.
They're
Yep,
vibing
yep.
and the things. Wow, I mean, can't remember, let me check real quick if Ivan's got a Master Poisoner in this, list.
I
It
don't think
does
there's one in this
not.
one.
Yeah, no, there's not. So,
That would be a
I
crazy tech if there was.
I'm telling you guys, I feel like Master Poisoner, just like want a copy, it can do some serious work. But I'm trying to think
100%.
of an out here that Ivan he's has, and it's not looking
It's
super
pretty
great.
grim. He's got to start. This is like Sequinox's game to choose his attacks carefully. Ivan has to figure out how to get past these defenders, which is going to get really tough. At some point, it's like, does he just formidable and try to get more damage, or does he try to
Right.
keep trying to ramp? It looks like he's trying to make this student of Shoshana big enough that it can just swing into anything, and Sequinox will just lose a unit outright, which is not a bad, choice of action.
Yeah. We see that there is a black market fixer in Equinox's hand though, so
Yep.
it's gonna be fairly easily answered
Yeah.
here.
He does get to take out a 6/6, so that's good at least. He's got a formidable next turn if he needs to keep trading a little bit. Equinox has, he's one turn from starting to bring out like the really big units. It looks like he's gonna cleanse here instead of playing the black market fix. Oh no, sorry, the ramp. Yeah, he does get to do both.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now, Ivan does have the energy to play Terra, but I don't know if it's enough.
If you Terra, what do I mean, you
It's
have
like,
to go for a random unit, right? You can't buff them all by 2 and keep trading. It's not enough units to make a big dent. I mean, he's losing all his units too.
yeah, it's like
Saleya's
a
gonna attack here.
desperate times call for desperate measures kind of
Yeah,
thing.
you would
Like,
need a hit like a Tane. I see this.
even if you do hit a Tane, though,
It's tough.
I don't even know if it's good enough.
Yeah. I feel like I see him smiling a little bit. I think he knows he has to go for the Terra. I think he's gonna go for it. He's gonna be like, all right, let's see what the high roll gives me. Oh man, are we gonna see something crazy? Let's see. He has no defender, so he needs a really big defender to get him through this. Never is faithful. I don't think it's enough, but the effort's there. I mean, Terra tried her best.
A for
Yeah.
Oh, there's Gaia's. Okay. Hang on a second. No, we see a Saboteur.
We see a Saboteur.
here.
Equinox is not going to and Equinox, I don't think he's even going to go for another unit off this Terra. He's just going to buff everything by 2. Super wide board, make it extremely lethal.
Yeah.
Just clear into everything. This is a really big problem. Oh, he's going for the Saleya just to kill the Terra. He doesn't want to lose any value. Yep.
I mean, basically, like, I don't think he needs to do much. He can just sit back, relax. And like I said, the one thing would be like a poisoner for formidable presence type of, combo, but that's not an option here. So yeah, I think Ivan recognizes that the only chance is somehow to survive if this guy is like could go off and he can stall with formidable presence. But we see that the Saboteur is in the hand, and I
think as soon as he's seen Saboteur, he's gonna hit concede. There's no way. He's checking his odds. He's like, oh, maybe this works. Maybe I can pull through on something.
Now the question is Equinox the type of player to wait until you've got 2 counters and then they go for the Saboteur, you know what I mean? Or
yeah,
just immediately.
I don't know. In a tournament setting, I don't know. Let's see. He goes for the cleanse the earth. He's just gonna send the faithful back. No, I think he's just gonna play the Savo. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's hitting the concede. All right, game 1 to Equinox in that flow state with the Nehemiah.
Yeah.
What did we think of that game, and what do we think happens next? What decks did they bring?
I think you need to full mulligan for that Steward of the Gardens. Equinox found it and got really nice top decks with the Moonlit into turn 3 and just, ran away with the game. The Solia was so clutch too, just to be able to easily take out the opposing Nehemiah. So
this is very interesting in what happens next, right? Because the decks that Equinox has left is a Universal Workshop and a Naeus deck. And he can go, and Ivan can either bring back the Nehemiah, go into the Iraq, or play Catherine. I don't think Ivan should play Catherine. Obviously, we talked about the anti-relics removal that Equinox has in all his decks. But like if Ivan goes Iraq here, I don't know how it does into Naeus, but it definitely does well into the Workshop Universal. And then the Nehemiah probably is more better against the Naeus. I think he should lock in Iraq. That's what I would do. Just go to your comfort, get the win, and then figure out your decision making from there.
Yeah. Admittedly, like I don't quite after Nehemiah has been taken out of the equation, like that would be the biggest stress, like running the Kathy, right?
Yep.
But now that Equinox has already gotten a win, like you're gonna have to win with Kathy at some point,
Yeah,
Like,
but the problem is I don't think you want to. I think Equinox is gonna lock in his universal shop, and that has the Alvaros in it as well as the relic removal, which makes it really hard for Catherine. Which is why I think he should try to, play the Iraq, try to get a free win off that match, free.
right.
And then lock in, maybe force because what Equinox is trying to get Ivan to do is to repeat a deck. so that he
Right.
can just win off the value game and stuff like that. He's more prepared for that matchup. Ivan should be trying to figure out a way that he can take a game and then get Sequinox to repeat. Because if he can play a rack into the workshop and win, then Sequinox probably is like, okay, well, I'm probably gonna have to lock in workshop again because Catherine might come next, and then
Right.
Ivan can be like, oh, psych, I'm gonna play the Nehemiah now, and then try to get it to that third game. You want to lock them in on one deck that you probably have favorable matchup with, and go from there. Ivan
Mm.
keeping the Nehemiah against that universal shop that Sequinox is bringing.
Yeah. No, I think that was a really good breakdown, Mookah. I definitely agree.
Yeah. So I mean, it's still, I think the Iraq's a little more favored, but the Nehemiah should do pretty well too, as long as he can draw the tempo he needs. Sequinox has a lot of cards in here that are for some of these more tempo decks, like but not as tall, more wide board kind of decks, like the Catharis or the Markolians. So if Ivan can draw a good tempo board, he might just steal this game.
Yeah.
He needs a
Uh,
steward, man. No steward in the
yeah,
opening
just
hand is
so he's
scary.
gotta just look for I mean, it's always tempting to keep the Grove Guardian because Grove Guardian into Aurora Fungi is like that's a
Yeah.
decent start, but I feel like I don't know, when I'm playing Nehemiah, you just
He
wanna
gets it. He
high
gets
roll.
it.
Nice,
He
okay,
gets
and
it.
he's got the Moonlit, even
Yep.
has
He
the
got the
option
combo. He
Yes,
has the
let's
combo,
go.
which is really good.
Let's go. Right, love to
Sequinox
see it.
starting with 2 painters, a gunslinger, the black market fixer, and cunning diplomat. Not the best hand, but good enough. I mean, the problem is there's not many cards like this would be better again against like more of the tempo oriented decks that like go wide, right? Because the painter can like help you ping and kill a 2 health unit now, right? With the
Mhm.
gunslinger. But you can't do that because it's going to be a 0-4 on the board, and then there's going to be a 2-4 on the board. Black Market Fixer can kill the Steward, um, and but by turn 4, on turn 3, Ivan will be able to get a 4-cost unit on the board, which would be Nehemiah. So I mean, this looks like it's right now favored towards Ivan. He has the pieces that he needs to do the perfect ramp kind of 3-turn setup. Sequinox will have to draw into something a little more aggressive to try to stop this.
Yeah, this hand is gas for Ivan.
Yeah.
This
A
is gonna
PSA
go
top deck would be great. That's what you want right now.
yeah.
Because
Oof.
that target painter, targeting the steward, hitting that acid spray. It's okay in this matchup because the fungi, but the units are so big. Like no one unit is dying, even though you get rid of their upgrade. So he just goes for the draw, hits that glaive, and the Kozo. I love seeing the universal decks because like every card they draw is a legendary.
I know, right?
It's
I
like, oh,
didn't
that's
think
a
about
great
that
power card.
actually.
That's
Like
also a great power card.
playing universal decks, like that's a little bit more on the expensive end because you need to
Mm-hmm.
run a lot of those good legendaries.
Yeah, it's all about
Um,
value, right? So you need a lot
yeah.
of the legendaries because they have the best value.
I thought it was interesting, like the Crimea conduit bank on the earlier turn. I still like the conduit, but rather
Yeah, I
than
think
growth
so too.
garden.
I probably would have kept that over, I assume, like the fungi, or I probably would have banked even the Shamak maybe, but they are respecting the opportunity to draw cards.
Yeah.
I've been playing that Moonlit, just keeping it nice and simple. You
This
drew the
is the
combo, just play the combo.
yeah, this is the start you want to see as an
Yeah.
Earthen. So,
Sequinox still gonna probably target. Yeah, if he targets the Steward here, he draws the Alvaro. This hand would have been great into a Catherine, and
yes, it
I think
would.
it would have been absolutely great. But like against an Earthen, he's probably just like trying to figure out how he can just put as much pressure that he can try to, dwindle down the defenders that are about to come stampeding his way.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm. Now the
there is a
question
defender though. Go ahead.
is is it just obvious we drop Nehemiah next turn, just try and take the power? Or is there any other play here?
So the problem for Ivan right now that I want to note is that there's still a target painter on board, right? So if he
Mhm.
brings Nehemiah out, there is a risk that Sequinox could just ping the Nehemiah to death because there is a gunslinger that would be 2 damage, right? There
Mhm.
is the token coming out, which would be 4 damage. So that's 6 damage right there.
True,
Another
true,
ping
true.
could take out the Nehemiah. So he's probably thinking like, does Sequinox have it? Because the cunning diplomat actually is like great here because it will keep the target painter alive. So Ivan might be thinking, do I build like Do I just start attacking with stuff? But he doesn't have anything to just one turn run over the cunning diplomat unless he plays an Nehemiah. So he might go for the risk here. I think it's worth the risk because he has so much tempo in hand. Like he has
Mhm.
Wong, Shamak, Crew Boss, that I think even if he loses his Nehemiah, it's fine. If he doesn't lose the Nehemiah, he's set. Like this game is his to kind of win.
Yeah, and with the fungi in hand, you could like Sequinox could dwindle the Nehemiah down and then just
Hmm.
buff it up a little bit more, right? And also with the altar of Gaia, like maybe he tries to chip away at
Yep.
Nehemiah, but then there are options. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
I like that.
Sequinox is gonna go for anything that absolutely kills, which we see with the Black Market Fixer, because like you said, there's so much healing that's gonna come in Ivan's turn, or can
Mhm.
come from Ivan's turn, that like why would you do that and then like just have it all rebuilt? But he's gonna get a little ping damage on this Nehemiah here,
Yeah.
but you're gonna see
Also,
the heal coming out from the
the
Moonlit.
moonlit heals too. I mean,
Yep,
yeah.
and this is good because Shamak's cost gets reduced also every time there's a heal.
This is the hand. Look at this. We got a Wong, we got Terra, we got Shamak. Like, I mean,
It's a
this
fierce
is
hand. This is a very,
fierce.
very dangerous hand. I mean, he's got a good turn 4 lineup set, and then once we get to 5 onwards, it gets really scary. No defenders on Sequinox's board, so it's maybe Ivan decides to just hit face here for 12, but I think he definitely should kill the painter. Um, from there, what are we doing?
Uh,
He's clearing. He's clearing. He's thinking about it.
ooh, I don't know. I wonder how do you get punished? I mean, I guess sorry for bringing up Master Poisoner so much, but it's definitely a big
No, you're right.
consideration
I'm
here, you
surprised
know?
he kills the Alvaro. I mean, maybe it is because of
Yeah.
Master Poisoner. He's killing the Alvaro, though. He's gonna heal up his units a little bit, make that Shamak ever so cheaper.
The thing is, though, is like, man,
There's a student.
you need to make sure that you're applying enough pressure so that they don't eventually get to Ingrid, right? And
Yep.
steal.
Yep.
So I almost like, oh, it's tough.
Annihilate
I
from
almost like
Sequinox.
a one punch face there. Maybe just clear one and go face just
I think
to,
he should have killed the painter, like without a doubt. Like,
yeah.
I don't think I'm okay with killing 2 units, but the painter should have definitely been killed here. There's gonna be a lot of and so you see that student just dying immediately because of the gunslinger ping
Mhm.
from the painter. He's
Let's
just gonna end
see.
his turn. He's going wide. He's looking for a master poisoner.
Yeah.
He's
Mm-hmm.
going wide. Draws into that scanner probe. All right, if we're Ivan here, what are we doing? Oh, okay, maybe we're
Ooh,
sporzing.
maybe we're doing that. I mean, that
Or
probably's
Spores
got to be
pairs
the
really
play.
well with the Altar of Gaia also because all his units that take damage put
Oh
counters
yeah.
on it, so he can just keep healing. And he could play like a one cost Shamak next turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, the only way you like, I mean, until Freitas Ingrid is in the equation, you get
Hmm.
wrecked by Master Poisoner. That's like the biggest thing. So I would just take it out,
Yeah. All
take
right.
out
How are
the
we
board.
feeling, Psychonox, after that? He's taking it. He's taking it to the chin. He's still okay. He's in the zone.
Zone, yeah, you
He
can
is
see
in
it.
the zone. He does not. It does not
Um,
matter. What are you bank? Oh, banking the Wong. We see that Kozo in hand. That could be scary if he steals a Wong. It's
yeah.
some of that card draw. You don't want him to draw into the Freitas, right? I think we saw Sequinox hovering over his what is it called? The Annihilate. So it looks like that might be coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting rid of the Nehemiah. He's like, okay, take my board. That's fine. I'm just gonna just wipe half of your opposing force, and that'll take out the damage that he can take by a ton.
Yeah, that was a crazy bank. I mean, I guess the crew boss, you're thinking,
I
I've
think he just wants the
almost
crew
got
bus to try to
lethal.
push. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but still pretty crazy.
There's that Annihilate.
To be fair
Nehemiah.
though, if you got Shamak in the hand, that's even
Yep.
cheaper than Wong. I mean, half the time Wong only gets you a couple of cards, right? So,
Yeah. I think it's more so the worry is just like if this Kozo hits a Wong into like a Freitas. If
mhm.
you're playing against a Universal, I mean, that's probably something that maybe is going on in the back of your head. Like, oh, what if I just give them this and then they just win like in 2 turns after that?
I think that's an easy thing to forget,
Yep.
honestly.
That
I
could be, yeah.
I wasn't thinking about that. Okay, well, we got 6 energy possible, so you could
Yep.
do, a 2 and a 4.
Think he's gonna
Um,
heal to make the Shamak just a little bit more cheaper. Get
yep,
that 2 energy. Maybe he draws into something he could just play.
yeah, absolutely.
Gonna be spiking for some damage here on the board, going really wide.
Gosh, Shaymak's come a long way. This card used to be
Yes.
11 mana, couldn't even play it,
Nope.
pretty much.
11 mana, and it could only heal face. Now it includes units, which is a huge win.
Yeah.
Surprised he doesn't play the Steward first. Maybe I don't know what fork. I guess glaive. If there's nothing good, he just drops the glaive.
I like the stats here. Like, I was initially thinking the Student of Shoshana, but I mean, like, a 2 mana Shaymak's pretty freaking good. I would just
Mm,
have the 5/5 on the board. Like, you're trying to close out this game, right?
mm.
So I think as much power. Obviously, the Shoshana can scale,
Yeah, he's gonna go for
but
the glaive with it. The thought process was like you either student first, then Shamak, and then maybe you draw some cheap units to make the student
Mhm.
bigger, or you just play the Shamak, and then if nothing's good, you play. Oh, he's still okay. He's gonna go for double altar. Double
Whoa.
altar.
Wow.
He did not attack. Okay, okay, he remembered. He almost hit that end turn button.
I don't know how I feel. How do you I guess there's okay, no, I
He's gonna
lied.
do it
He's
with
setting up
Terra.
for
He's going
Terra.
with
Yeah,
Terra. Yeah.
yeah. It's the Terra setup. No, this is good. This is good.
Yeah, he can double. He can double buff the board. How much damage is on board right now? 2, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that would be. This would be game.
Yep. Yep.
That Master Poisoner is drawn. I mean, there wasn't a turn where all those 1-drops got to stick, like they were immediately spores. But if having that Master Poisoner, you never know what could have happened. He's gonna play that Scanner Probe here. Try to see what he can take.
I want to bring attention to the beautiful native language cosmetics on the altar of Gaia. I just think they're
Oh, those are
so
cool.
cool. Look at
Yep,
that.
yep.
Big flex.
Yep.
Love
The
it.
perfect loop of this card is beautiful. I
Oh yeah,
like it. It's one I like the design on that a lot.
super cool.
I think he's trying to decide what I mean, what is he thinking right now?
I don't
He
think
hasn't
there's any.
attacked with Scanner yet. I think he has to attack with it. Oh, he just ends.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There we do have a workshop coming down, so
Yep.
maybe that is not quite enough. Let's see if we
Um,
go. Uh
2 counters. Math.
it's kind of hard to
He
see. The second relic we know that just has 3, right? Or maybe.
It's gonna be a double heal, I think. Oh no, with attacking into the token, I think triple heal.
Yeah. See, there's already.
Yeah, this is game. This
Yeah.
with one more heal, this will be game. That Terra with the double Gaia lineup, and this works now. Now with this game, right? Now Sequinox has to decide: does he swap to the Naeus or he stay on the shop to try to catch a Catherine, off guard and get kind of an easier win? Ivan can try to go for the a rack here, and then oh my god, he's flexing.
Oh,
He's
the
flexing with
BM.
he's flexing with that Terra. He's feeling good. He's feeling good.
Yeah, we saw though that opening hand for
Yeah.
Ivan here was just
One
so is
hit with the
exactly.
Shamak.
Yeah.
No, so Ivan got the win. 1-1 in this series so far.
Mm.
Convincing wins on both of those when they got it. Like that opening combo with the Steward into the Moonlit, extremely
So good.
dangerous. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
There's
one
not
is extremely dangerous.
that many decks. I mean, I guess Shroud, if they have Erasure, but that sequence of just the
Yep.
Steward into the Moonlit, get Nehemiah down, and then you've got a whole bunch of options,
Yeah.
after that. Like it's very strong. So
Yeah.
we clearly just
Sequinox
saw
was one card from being able to handle it. If he had drawn a PS8 in his opening hand with the
that.
Gunslinger and Painter, he could have stopped most of that, which is really, really tough. Now he has to decide, the scenario, like, does he go into the workshop again or does he bring out the Naeus? The only worry is, like, Naeus is slightly unfavored against, like, Catherine. Like, Catherine probably can burn faster than the pressure that the Naeus can bring. But I think he still wants to bring the shop to try to bring the Catherine. This is like where the metagaming happens. Like he's like, oh,
Mhm.
I think Ivan knows that I want to bring workshop again. So he's gonna
Mind
bring
games.
yeah, he's gonna bring the Iraq. So I'm gonna bring the Naeus to go against the Iraq. Like
Naeus
How many
going
steps are
first,
they going to keep going against each
yeah.
other?
Naeus going first is pretty nasty. Like, if you just don't
Yeah,
have an
extremely.
answer, like a
Yeah.
PS8 or something for an early 2/2, that can spiral.
Yep.
But I
Yep.
feel like I guess I am not quite as familiar with the other Naeus lists on ladder, but I feel like this particular one has a decent amount of endgame. Like I
It
said, it's got
does.
the Odious,
Yep.
so I feel
Odious
like
is huge. Yep.
as
Yep.
long as he doesn't get absolutely rolled by like the first few turns of getting wiped out and having, no
Yeah.
recovery, I feel like he just needs to sustain, and then the end game could be good for him too,
Yeah. He's definitely going to value in any matchup that he gets, like the Asian subjugate a lot, which is normally not
Mhm.
that, like, most Naeus players don't really care about Asian subjugate compared to Scipius because you're not bringing out as many tokens and stuff every
Right.
turn. But he has it in there with the Meritus in his and the Odious. So if he can mill an Odious and pull the Meritus and copy the Odious effect, then that could just swing a whole game. So he's definitely prepared to like keep trying to scale. He just has to try to get it. He could also mill it with the Triumph of Europa and then try to
Mhm.
pull it out with the Meritus. So he's definitely trying to play the value game. Yeah, any deck that Sequinox brings is definitely going to be scary. It's kind of, but I'm worried. The worst thing Ivan wants to see is locking in Catherine and seeing that workshop deck. I think the Alvaros in there are
Yeah.
game breaking. Like we saw
Oof.
that last hand, and we both recognized that if that hand was against a Catherine, like Sequinox had that game.
But
So
I mean, I wonder if that'll be what seals this though. Like Equinoxy like really doesn't want to lose to Kathy.
yep.
So maybe it works in his favor.
Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be this match, the decision making on this match, and who wins this, I think, will dictate the rest of the series. Like, I think
Yeah,
this is like probably the biggest the biggest game in their match right now. Whatever they decide to pick, and whoever wins this.
absolutely.
All right, so it seems like they're still locking in decks, so we're still waiting. Yeah, they're still getting everything locked in. So Allie, if you were in this situation, and I'll put you in both players' shoes, what do you think that you would end up picking? Like if you're
Mm,
Sequinox and you're Ivan, because it's tough. I mean,
mm.
it's tough to figure out which one do you want to bring.
I'm trying to decide if I was just like try and leave the Kathy to last,
Yeah, yeah,
and just hope to get some wins prior, and then just high roll maybe doesn't get the answers for Kathy. I mean
yeah,
that's tough. I'm not quite sure. I think maybe as Ivan I'd run the Augencore,
yep,
I think that might be what I'd do.
yeah.
And Sequinox, I'd probably just go for the Naeus. I'd
Just YOLO it, just give it a
just YOLO
shot.
it,
Yeah,
go for it. Yeah. What
Naeus
about
is a
you though?
scary thing. I think, man, I think Ivan. If I was Ivan, I'd bring a rack for sure.
Mhm.
If I'm Sequinox, that's such a tough decision. I think I YOLO the Naeus too. If I'm right and Ivan tries to metagame me, because you have to respect your opponent too, especially like in the top four. You'd probably respect that they are also like thinking like you. So
Mhm.
you can probably try to take it one step further and take the odds. The way his Naeus is built, it's not the worst thing if he hits a Catherine, and he does. Okay, so Sequinox YOLO's the Naeus. He hits the Catherine. It's not the worst matchup, like I was just about to say, but it does give Ivan a chance to try to high roll. Maybe Ivan thought like, yeah, he's gonna YOLO Naeus because he doesn't want to go into my Iraq. So
Yeah.
I don't know how many leaps and iterations they went where like he's gonna metagame me, but I'll metagame him till
Yeah,
they got to their decision.
I gotta be honest, I feel like a huge factor in this aggro here is who's going first, I
Oh, for
think.
sure. Yep.
I think a lot of it will come down to that,
Oh my
so
God, this is a great hand from
oh,
Equinox already. This is
oh
like what you want to see. Only mulliganing two. Ivan, I didn't see how many mulligan. He has a decent starting hand though. This is good. No Catherine's rallying cry though, which is a little scary. You want the tempo.
yeah,
Equinox
but
though, man.
this is
This is a
I mean,
this is a
yeah.
perfect starting hand for Naeus. This is like the hand. You want
Yep.
this hand. I was talking to Penzokin, who is like one of the top master players that plays Naeus, and he literally was saying that when you're playing this, like the striker, the Valorussi striker into the scanner probe, into the tabula rasa is the best hand.
Is the nuts. Dang.
Yeah.
I will say though, like I think that Ivan has a shot here. Like if he gets the trooper down, it's a 2-2, which
Yep.
after the striker attacks, it'll be a 3-3. And next turn you can clean up with the
Yeah.
mercenary gunslinger with the ping and a trade,
Yeah.
and then get that bannerman as a 2-3. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like there is an out here to answer.
For sure. I think the biggest problem though is the scanner probe can control a lot of the influx of Ivan's hand. So the scanner probe will
True.
probably stick for like 2 turns. So if there's a rallying cry in there or something, oh my god, he drew the subjugate too. Is he gonna bank the probe? Oh, he's gonna bank the Kalar. Yep, that makes sense. He has to go for this tempo play. This hand is really good.
Yeah.
So he'll be able to take that out. He hits face, and this is where the scanner probe gets really scary because he can steal whatever he wants. He chose to let Ivan keep his card, and he'll end his turn. So Ivan here now has an even harder decision. Does he let a 3/3 continue to scale, or does he take out the scanner probe?
Ugh. I think I think oh god, it looks like
I think
he's
you got to kill the
thinking.
probe. I think you have to kill
Yeah,
the probe.
I was leaning towards the probe too. So
Yeah,
but Ivan doing
yeah,
great in this tournament, so maybe we
yeah.
should.
No, but I understand the
Yeah.
decision because the striker can kill his bannerman, right?
Right,
Where
exactly.
so this way his bannerman still lives on paper with the current board state, so that's good. But we know, oh my God, Sequinox has like the best hand. The
This is
Tabula Rasa coming out, the Asian subject, gonna buff the scanner probe, probably take out the bannerman, and get
brutal.
to look at his hand. The only thing is like he has the convergent domino, so maybe he doesn't want to give that card away. But I don't know. There might be maybe a rallying cry that maybe he wants to trade. He'll take the rallying cry instead over the Domina because that would pair really really well with Asian Subjugate. He does swap for the rallying cry. He's
Wow.
gonna. This is I don't I can I I'm gonna call it. I don't think Ivan wins this. This is like very few and far between. He has no good turn 3 play, like nothing crazy. Why would you play Domina when you can just play Catherine the next turn? I guess if you want to isolate which one you want to hit, but Rallying Cry with an Asian subjugate is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and the logic is also like Domina's great, but
Hmm.
it's also eliminating the rallying cry for Ivan, right? Like
Yep.
that's the logic I think is like I don't want to let him have any insane turns. So it's
Yeah.
also good for me, but I can't let him get into
Yep.
back into this game. So
Yeah.
whew,
So he's
yeah.
gonna ping here. He's gonna take out the subjugate. Okay, that's fair. That's good. Takes out the subjugate with the PSA and Slinger. That's not too bad. But that
Yeah.
rallying cry can be very scary. You don't want to see rallying cry with the Naeus. Oh my god, with the triumph of Europa next turn.
What Equinox? What the heck?
This is like casting all his RNG on this game.
Yep.
This is what you want.
Don't
He
use it
attacks with the
all up.
scanner probe. He
Mm.
doesn't keep anything.
You can see it on Ivan's face though. He's just like, "Yep, this is how this is going down."
He's
Yeah.
not feeling good on this one. He's
Yeah.
not feeling good on this one.
All right, let's think about this. So, is there anything like are there
You
some outs
need.
here?
I mean, he has to play Catherine next turn unless he draws like a rallying cry. Then you can try to hope. Normally, if it gets this bad as a Markolian, you've hopefully gone somewhat wide that you can just start burning.
Mhm.
Oh wow, he doesn't play the rallying cry. He goes for the Naeus here.
Ooh.
That is an interesting decision. I don't know why he did that. That is very, very interesting.
That is interesting because if you get the lucky Catherine take out the Naeus here, like that
Yeah,
almost could give you a shot, you know?
yeah. Which is why I'm very curious. Like, what you would want more units on board to maybe protect the Scanner Pro from the RNG of Catherine.
Mhm.
Ivan can also choose if he wants to just kill the Naeus to orbital it, which is not normally the best, but yeah, he's taking the odds. He's got a 50-50 to hit something good. He kills the Naeus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Okay.
why Sequinox went for that one, for the Naeus, but either way, he has the Triumph of Europa here. This card is
Mhm.
still no joke. He's got 3 units in the waist, more than enough with that Asian
Wow. Yeah.
subjugate to get value and buff here. He can buff the Tabula Rasa twice and kill out the Catherine
Yeah, I mean, that's
while
pretty
hitting
perfect.
face. Yeah,
That's honestly Asian plus 2/1 drops. I mean, come on, that's you couldn't
Yep,
ask
yep.
for a better
This is as good as it
situation there.
gets. And that scanner probe hitting face will be able to keep itself out of PS8 range. Really, really safe play overall. This is, and it's still just super aggressive. Like, now Ivan has to maybe try to play the Triumph of Mars and just high roll with like try to get 3 good effects and high roll his way out.
Stole a fleet support as well there with the scanner probe.
Yep.
I was thinking like, maybe a fleet support plus, PS8 or determined assault, but like
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Yep,
yeah.
yep.
At this point though,
I think he has to. He could orbital with orbital with Bannerman, but that won't do anything because the scanner probe will just kill it. But maybe that prevents some face damage.
I think this was the turn. Like straight up, you needed the relic plus like a clear, and then you
Yeah.
still would have been taking a lot of damage, but then hope to recover the next turn, and then
Yep.
that I think that was the only out, because at this point it's too far gone. That this turn isn't strong enough, and
I'd
yeah,
probably triumph if I were him at this point. It's not like nothing here looks good, but he's just gonna go a little consistent. Does he throw the orbital to face? No, he's just gonna kill the scanner probe. He wants to get back his hand. He wants to know what it feels like to get his hand again. And like that's the issue. Like he killed that striker in the beginning, and the amount of value that Sequinox got off this scanner probe is insane.
yeah.
Oh my god, is he getting fleet support rallying cry?
No,
Oh,
this is BM at
man.
this point.
Oh man. Ivan
Not
knows
really,
what's
but
happening. He sees that smile. He's like, oh man.
Ivan's like, bro, this is my deck. What do you?
Oh man, the reverse fleet support rallying cry from it. I don't think I've ever seen this ever. Drawing the combo from the scanner probe and just using it. This is
Right?
crazy. Imagine if he did this with a Triumph of Europa or something with this many units in the waist. Would be crazy.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I've ever run into this situation on
No,
ladder
this is
myself. Yeah.
I don't know if there's any coming out of this one. This is really,
Hmm.
really good. This is a perfect scenario for Sequinox. This game, like I said, it decides a lot in terms for the rest of the series. Now Sequinox just has to win with his Freitas dot deck. Ivan has to win with 3 different matchups. He probably I think if I'm him, I lock in the Iraq next because you need to feel comfortable and just get the win, right? Don't rely on the RNG for now. Save the
Yeah.
Catherine, I think, for the end and go from there. He does have 1 win, which is good. He's not completely stuck, but I think you have to try to go for the comfort and then go for the high roll. You don't want to go like failed high roll tilt into another high roll attempt. It doesn't feel
True.
good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Try and like gain back. I don't know if confidence is the right word, but
Yep,
gain back, some confidence, and then, that's the thing. Kathy can just be insane, So if
yep.
it comes down to that last game and you just high roll with her, it definitely could work. So I agree with you. I'd like to see him run the Iraq
What a
next, but
That's a Sequinox couldn't have asked for a better hand.
yeah,
Like that was the perfect Naeus game. That's like what you put like in your tutorial videos, like how to play
this
Naeus.
is
Like this,
ideal
yeah.
hand, and to get it in a tournament too. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. I'm sure he's feeling real good on that one. He lost that Nehemiah game
Yeah,
pretty convincingly from Ivan. So he probably feels real good right now. He just has to draw he has 2 attempts to draw a Freitas on curve and win the game. That's literally all it comes down to. He has
look,
2 attempts to go at it. That's not bad.
I think yesterday, I think we kind of deemed Ivan as the luckiest player. I think based on like top decks
No.
and draws, or
Is
was
it?
it? I thought so.
Was it D Money drawing the mementos every time?
That was also very
Yeah.
fortunate, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think there were a few games of Ivan's where
Ivan did, yes, Ivan did a few games. Yep, yep.
yeah,
That is true.
maybe
But
the luck is
yeah,
balancing
well,
out. I mean,
honestly, I don't think Ivan's in a terrible situation. He's been here in every match before this. He fought
mhm,
tooth and nail against both
true.
Feno and Tyler to get here. He's shown that he's a high caliber player,
Yeah.
just up there with those guys and
Oh yeah.
Sequinox. So this is not an unfamiliar situation for him.
And I
he's gonna
really
lock in.
I really think that, what makes a great competitor is being able to be level-headed in these
Yeah,
moments, right? Like, you
yeah,
can't lose a game to tilt, or
yep,
being frustrated. You have to just accept, "Okay, lost this one. Good reset the mind and move on and try and play as you normally would," right? And
yep,
so, I think that if you're at this level, like, Ivan's a very seasoned TCG player. I
yeah.
have full confidence in him to, not tilt out and just keep it going.
100%. Also, shout out to Sequinox on that. A lot of people saw him coming into this tournament, and they've seen him on ladder, and he does have some rants on ladder about like certain decks and like the matchups and stuff like that. But seeing him yesterday and today, extremely level-headed, even if
Yeah.
nothing's going his way. There was the one game, I think it was against Manos yesterday, where Manos top deck like a gunslinger that wiped the board, and he
Mm,
still got. You could see like some reaction out of him, but quickly reset. So, you know, they're both these players are very very used to this environment, staying level headed and knowing what they do, knowing what they have to do to get a win.
yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, here we go. We got Iraq versus the Universal Juggernaut. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm
All
happy
right.
Ivan swapped. I like this.
Yeah. No,
All
I
right,
think we read that well.
what are we doing? Well, that frayed
Ooh.
the Ingrid in the starting hand.
Ooh.
Are you going to just keep it? It looks like he's going to keep it. Looking at Ivan's hand here, he needs some of the combo pieces. He's trying to decide, does he keep some of these reactionary cards? He's going first, so I would probably say no. Oh my god. He draws a painter with 3 gunslingers. This is very, very something.
Yeah, this is
It's not
this is
bad because he can kill everything, but at the same time it's
yeah.
very weird. Sequinox drawing into 2 acid sprays that also will be like can't do anything right now. They're both gonna be like, what is going on with the other player?
Yeah. Sounds like we may have a game here where it's like not much goes on in
Yeah.
the early game and things ramp up later on.
Yep, Ivan banking a gunslinger. He's keeping that reclamator in case he can draw, any other upgrade that he can put on for cheap next turn or keep going.
Yeah.
What are we thinking if we're Sequinox? Do we play anything? Nope. He draws into the Hearth. He'll end his turn there.
Harf is obviously amazing, but there's not actually, I'm not quite sure, but I don't think there is as many effects in, Encore. A lot of it's upgrades, I mean, obviously, we
Yep,
see the
it's not that
PSH
great for
things up
him.
there,
Yeah, yeah.
so not, crazy punishing like it would be if we were up against a Catherine or something.
Yep. He's gonna bank that reclamator here. It's gonna end probably. Yep. Go to his next. He draws that backpack.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel bad to bank Reclamator at that point because
Yeah.
if you get the portable energy bay, you can cast it on 3, but cheating it out on 2 is, like, so nice, so you
Hmm.
wanna at least give yourself the option, for
Yeah.
that.
If you're Ivan, I hope you have seen this list and expect acid sprays because you probably want to make sure your portable energy bays are going off on your turn rather than waiting for your opponent to clear them because Sequinox might just acid spray it and then that's a lot of momentum lost.
Yeah.
But Ingrid and Freitas both in the hand of Sequinox on turn 2. He just has to survive and this game is his. It's over.
Think based on just this initial hand, like, seeing the acid spray, being able to answer the
Yep.
drones, I think Synchronox is in a pretty good spot. I mean,
He's
it's still
definitely in a
very
good
early
spot.
on,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Poor Ivan going these games. If we did say he was drawing the best yesterday, we definitely cursed him today. He's not drawing like the perfect combos he wants to see. He's playing out of some tough hands. The
Yeah.
Nehemiah deck that he won with was the only time so far in this set that I feel like he's drawn like a very very convincing hand. Um, but yeah, I mean Sequinox here. I think that was a right decision to take out the Slinger. He banks the Harf. I like that because he knows that Ivan probably wants to proc off his own upgrades, like if there's a backpack or something.
Mhm.
So he's trying to keep it off any units that can just self-kill themselves next turn, right? So I think that's a good decision overall.
Right. Do you do you try and set up a unit that you could, like, self-kill here? I don't know exactly the best way to do that.
I think
Like
Painter and Slinger is fine, and then Psychonauts has to I mean, he could just like not. He could just play the barge, like slow play the barge, but I don't think he would do that. Probably play the Alvaro or something, and then Ivan can toss on the backpack and get the drones going. I don't think he needs the PSA. It's a tough decision. I don't think he needs it. Probably values the other cards a little more.
Yeah. Like turn 4, you could have technically like bumped into it, shot your nah.
Yeah,
It's
I
getting
think
too
it's just a
extreme.
bit. It's a little too much. That's the
Yeah,
only the thing.
agreed.
You don't want he. I think he's smart. You don't want to keep the backpack on any. I wouldn't leave it on anything.
Yep.
Especially knowing Sequinox's list, you got to make sure it's active. Um, I don't know why he wouldn't want to. I guess play the second target painter.
It's possible he's just thinking about bank fodder, like
Yeah,
how
yeah.
relevant is this for the rest of the game? Like I really don't want to have to bank something that I actually need, that could be the logic.
Where's this gun bars going into the bank? It looks like so. We'll probably see Alvaro and a PS8 here.
Mm. Okay, well this allows for never mind.
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
he
So
doesn't
now
want
Ivan wanted to keep that PS8 now so that he could self pop.
to. Mhm.
Draws into the knife. He just needs to get one of these drones to stick. He needs a way to get this backpack to go off. No salvage units or anything drawn so far. And it's tough because he can't just play a unit and then put the energy bay on it. He needs it to go off, which is the tough part.
Yeah. Uh,
He's laughing. He's laughing.
yeah.
He's like, how can my hand what is my hand right now? Because that PSA
Interaction.
would have helped. That PSA would have been. I mean,
Yep.
I would have banked the PSA too, and now he's in a really tough spot. I mean, if I banked the PSA, I would have played the painter. Um, but he needed that PSA now to set off his drones.
Well, hang on a second. Was it ever an option to self pick your O3 and then put uh the drones on it and then just attack in because it would have taken extra damage?
Uh,
Or am I missing
oh no, yeah, he could have targeted his own drone. You're very
right?
right. Played the backpack. Yeah, you're 100% right. 100% right.
Think maybe that was the
That was the
play.
play. That was a good play. I agree with that. That's a huge one. Sequinox is probably going to go for the Cunning Diplomat into the Stabilized Shard here. Nice and simple. Try to get that ramp.
Oh yeah. This is mm. I mean, the problem is at this stage in the game is that like you just have wanted to have pressure going because you need to somehow beat them, even if they steal something on turn 7,
Yeah.
right? That just hasn't been an
Well, he'll
option.
be able to get the backpack off now. So it's not too bad. He could also play his Iraq if he wants.
Well, with the O3 in the way,
Oh yeah, you're very
you
right. You
can't,
can't get it
right?
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you play the Iraq then. You just start getting
Yeah,
some
just
of the
drop it.
tempo. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you keep the I forget the name of that zero cost upgrade, but do you keep that
No,
so
the
you can put it
scanner array.
on? Yeah, the scanner array. Do you keep it so you can put it on the Iraq to get
Nah, I don't think so. I
the
mean, you're
skills?
going. The big play is the drones, right? So you're gonna go for
Yeah.
the drones next turn with the saboteur here. Getting a little lag. See, we get to see Sequinox's hand though. He draws into another gun barge. TVA star drawn by Ivan. Ivan has the pieces. Like, I am not
Mhm.
joking. He could win the game like off like a crazy turn spike. But there is not a lot of time left. That's the issue. He has to try to get this done. The shard has to be taken out probably next turn. Because how much energy are we at right now? Six? Yeah,
Uh,
6, right? Yep.
yeah,
Because
next
he
turn
hasn't
is
banked
6
yet.
for Ivan.
Yeah. That knife
Um,
was the acid spray was used to take out the drone with the knife. PS8 banked. He's keeping that acid spray. How many units get cleared here? It just hits face, leaves the
Yeah.
token.
It's this O one that's annoying.
Yeah,
It's
the
not really.
defender.
Yeah.
Equinox is not letting anything die.
Well, let's see. I mean, you could do a double 3 play if you want to take out that stabilized shard, which actually ramps you into Ingrid next turn.
Yeah,
If
he has to take it out.
right? So kind of got to take that out.
I think he's gonna play the backpack here, the portable energy bay.
Yeah.
But I don't. It's gonna. Okay, he's putting the knife. Okay, that's good.
Yep.
It was still. He does not have a lot of turns left. He could play the TVA star next turn. There probably will be enough units that stick. So maybe you just go for the wombo combo there, and then like let Freitas do her thing. That's fine.
The question
Right?
is, does Sequinox get a little greedy and wait to play the Freitas first so you can get the double Freitas?
I don't. Oh man, this is glaive and gun barge is kind of crazy. That's like 4 units dying.
Yeah.
I think he just goes for the Ingrid just full lock combo. Ivan's in
Yeah.
such a tough situation. No hardlink pilots seen. No. Let me go back to his list so I can double check. I mean, he has so many early salvage units. Yeah, no hardlink
Mhm.
seen. No innovative apprentice for trying to keep drawing and stuff. Like you didn't see any of the 1 drops you wanted to see.
Yeah, no, it's been a series of unfortunate events for Ivan this game,
Mm-hmm.
that's for sure. And it's so scary because if you leave the memento on a unit, which is obviously it's what's going on now, that's probably
Mm-hmm.
why we didn't see the acid spray come down to kill it, is
Well,
because
this is a good
police
TVA
left
start
it.
turn. I don't know. I don't know if Ivan's been sitting here doing the math. Um, but it's a decent TVA start turn. You can search. I believe there's probably one more portable energy bay in there in the deck. So I don't know how much damage he gets off this, but he gets a bunch of Iraq tokens that he can attach to units. He'll have it'll only be 3 drones though. It's not that much, but I think
Yeah,
he has to go for it.
alright.
All right, wait, is he not going to
Well, I
attack
mean,
with
this
the
is
3/3
the
first?
yeah, I don't know. This is the turn where things could potentially turn around.
Mm,
See how he manages this.
oh, just one. He's going for the card draw. He's going to
Okay.
pass the memento. Okay, nothing super massive here. He'll get some card draw from the ocular implants that he searches. But no, this
Okay.
is. I don't think he can win off this. This is tough.
I mean, can take out the glaive.
Yeah, He's gonna lose the TVA star to Ingrid because Ingrid steals anything lower attack than her.
That's true, actually. Good, that's a good point. I
Yeah.
feel like you often forget about that. It's gotta be lower attack than her.
I mean, he still has double backpack and knife, so you never know. Like something could get pulled out of thin air, but this does not feel good. He's just going for a bunch of card draw.
If you can just
Kill the glaive.
keep the memento out of
Another backpack
stealing.
and a scanner ray.
Yeah.
Okay, there's innovative apprentice.
Okay.
All
I
right.
mean, it's hard to believe that like an Ingrid into a Freitas here just doesn't seal the deal. But the thing about this deck is that there's crazy outs. Like the
Yep.
options, for the way you pass off your upgrades and reduce the cost of them, etc. Like it's looking rough, but if you're really practiced with this deck,
Yeah.
maybe there's something that we're not seeing that is an option.
100%. All right. He takes the TVA star. Gets another glaive.
Yeah.
Miasmancer and a vengeful ally generated. All right. Just hits face.
Yeah, I would probably say I guess just ignore it at this point.
Yeah. Gets to put a defender if he needs to. Probably puts out a defender. Yep. All right, for Ivan, how much damage? There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13. I don't know how he can only attack with one unit. I think it's over.
Yeah.
What do you draw? What can you draw in your deck that gets you out of this? I don't think there's anything. His only other boss monster was the Ishkur, which I think he drew and banked already. He has Master Poisoner, but he has no units that can attack right now. So
Uh,
yeah,
no anti-organic pulse. But I mean, and that's only so because the opposing upgrades often don't make that a clean clear anyway. So it's not looking good.
yeah. I don't really see. Yeah, I think pretty sure Ivan just he gets it. So he's gonna draw. I don't know what he's looking for. But I think he's just looking too. He probably doesn't even know either. But he's like, maybe I'll see
Yeah.
something that changes my mind
Yep.
that this is winnable. It'd be
Guess
crazy if
the
some of this stuff
biggest
had.
hope here is just somehow sticking more of these portable energy drones and then cleaning up with Master Poisoner. That's like the only way. So
Yep.
how could he possibly do
The
that?
problem is Sequinox is looking at lethal on board, right? So
Yes, you're absolutely right.
he needs a way to try to clear that, but there's nothing in Ivan's deck that can just clear board state. There's not even there's not even a like an anti-organic pulse that he could hit into an upcycle technology or something like that. So he's just hoping Sequinox doesn't see the game, and I can guarantee you Sequinox does. This man is a killing machine at this point. He
Wow.
takes the game. He gets that win. That's match, right, Allie?
I think that's match. Yep.
That is match. Congrats to Sequinox making it further. Some good hands in those last few games. The
Yeah.
Naeus and the Workshop. Ivan unfortunately couldn't get it through, but Sequinox played it exceptionally well.
I'm feeling for Ivan a little bit. That opening hand was not it.
Yeah.
It was gonna be tough anyway. Again, you needed to apply enough pressure before the Ingrid came down. But other than that one turn of like, unless I'm missing something, being able to target your own guy and put the portable energy
Yeah,
drones
yeah.
on it, like maybe that could have done something. But I still think that the quality of the hand was just gonna put him at too much of a disadvantage. So
I
yeah,
totally agree. Like that,
yeah,
it's a super like niche situation that probably didn't think about before. Sequinox just played it really well. He didn't let anything stick, and then it's an added issue because Ivan knows there's acid spray in the list. He's like, I can't like just blindly play an upgrade. Where normally in every other situation, you just
yeah.
put the upgrade and you're fine. But he couldn't play any of them, and Sequinox actually had both of them in his hands. So I mean, Sequinox definitely, you can tell the preparation in his decks made the matchup like even more hard. I thought the Iraq would be fine into the Workshop, but I mean, he has the Avaros for the Catherine, he has the acid sprays for the any Ogden core that he goes against. So overall, really, really good preparation by him. Like he was able to lock down so many decks with just a few.
Acid spray, man. I wouldn't have.
Huge tech,
I said
huge
I was
tech.
like, what even is this card? And like,
Yeah.
what,
I'm gonna have a version of all my decks with acid spray in it. If I go against a couple workshops in a row, I'm like, screw this. I'm playing acid spray.
For sure. I always wonder in those moments though, like it comes up a lot in TCGs, but you just play the card and hope your opponent doesn't have the answer. I think with two copies it makes a
I think you
difference.
do.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like we know that he had the answer, but I feel like sometimes you have to just go for it. But again, multiple copies,
Yeah.
and also you just flat out lose the game on the spot if you
Yep.
get
Yep.
wiped out like that. So
Yeah.
that's a pretty tough decision
Yeah.
to make.
Well, regardless, we knew Sequinox had it, so even if he decided to play it, it would have been some issues.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think. Oh, my camera. It seems to have lagged out. But we have Sequinox coming in for an interview.
Yeah, we actually today we're going to be interviewing the winners of each of the matches here. So, Sequinox, can you hear us? Hello. Maybe. I heard the bloop bloop. All right, we'll get him
Hold
here in here in a second.
one sec.
Yep.
Uh,
Hello.
You
Hello.
went. You
Yep.
went for his.
Okay.
You went for
Hello.
your
Hello.
victory lap too soon. You forgot you had an interview.
There you
No,
go.
no, 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 no. My Discord settings were wrong. But hi guys. Hi guys. Hello.
Hey. Well,
What's up? Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Feeling pretty good. Yeah.
Yep. I
I just
do
want to say
really well.
you've been vibing. You've been listening to your music. We've been loving seeing your energy going through your matches. It's been really cool to see.
Yep. I gotta thank RL Grime and Doc 2 yo. Keeping me
Hey,
company.
okay, I love it.
Yeah, I was like headbanging while playing. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, no, you're in that flow state, which is really good. I mean, it goes to how a lot of players that don't know that you've played professional games before, they just see you on stream, right? And
Yeah.
you are known sometimes to go off the rails when you're getting some bad games, a few times in a row. How do you like? Do you think that kind of is like to your advantage because maybe some people went into you and they're like, "Oh, I'll just tilt Sequinox and I'll be fine," but you stayed in the zone the whole time.
Yeah, I actually have like a switch when it's like tournament time. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I switch to tournament mode. It's just it's just more fun to let it out on stream. Just more fun to vent sometimes, even in Discord.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it's tournament time, I'm super locked in until Table Mountain. I'm just listening to my music, going through the plays in my head, talking to myself.
Mm.
Yeah, so I guess it plays to my advantage, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I might look like really chill all the time, but when it's time to game, it really is time to game. Yeah.
Can we get a quick little recap of your thoughts on your lineup? Because it's definitely one of the more interesting lineups, and like we were really complimenting it. But I just want to hear it from you. Like, what's your rationale with your decisions?
Okay, how much time do I have? I can go.
We'll cut you off if we run out of
Okay,
time.
okay. So basically, I wanted to target Marco, right? I wanted to target Cathy because as a Cathy player myself, I feel like that deck is super unstable. And even if it high rolls, if you have the correct answers to the high roll, you are super fine. Honestly, like if you have enough relic removal, if you are hit on tempo, which is super easy to do, it's really easy to crush Cathys. But however, of course, I was pretty sure that everyone would bring Shroud, Marco, and of course the other two decks would be Organ Core and Earthen. So a lot of my tech choices were towards Organ and Earthen too. So I'm sure you guys saw like the acid.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it's called, by the way.
Acid
yeah,
spray.
Right,
Oh my
yeah, acid
gosh.
spray.
Darn.
Yeah, so like acid spray and my Earthen runs like 3 copies of Cleanse the Earth.
Yep.
Yeah, so and obviously I'm always gonna bench out. Like I think Neef is a crazy, crazy, crazy deck. It can beat anything and everything, even if it doesn't draw super well. And Brand just made the most sense if you are betting Shroud. Because it's like the strongest against everything else, against Nehemiah, against Organ Core. You play the Brand on 5, they have nothing to do, like they have no answers. Absolutely no answers to Brand. So yeah, so it was like a hard target marker, just put in relic removal and then soft targeting both Earthen and Organ. So it's like a lot of
Yeah.
decks are geared towards these matchups.
These
Yeah, and
are
so far, working pretty
they're
well.
very targeted lists. Like, what was preparation like for you? Were you a lot of private matches, or was it just sitting there looking at the cards for like hours, and you're like, I think this is the list?
Prior to this tournament, I played 0 games with all these lists. 0.
That's impressive. That's
So
very
it was
impressive.
just a lot of theory crafting. Yeah, it was just a
Yeah.
lot of theory crafting. I mean,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
these decks, like the foundations, I've played them so
Yeah.
much on ladder, right? So I guess like the practice is there, right? And like I guess my theory kind of worked out. So like the decks are the same. The decks are flexible, but the base is the same.
Yeah.
So I don't think the plays, like I didn't really want to practice either. I didn't want to leak my lists.
Fair.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. I was like, no one approached me to practice, so I was like, okay, cool, sure, I'll just keep this to myself then.
Yeah.
I think the only person I told was Tyler. Like, I told him
Yeah.
like, okay, so my strat is I'm gonna like hard counter Marco. Yeah.
Yeah.
At one point I was thinking of countering Shroud, but I couldn't get ATO to work. Like ATO is just too bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, never mind. I'll just go back to targeting Marco again. Yep.
Very, very
And
interesting.
making sure I'm good against both Earthen and Organ. Yeah.
Would you say that you play Marco the most on ladder? Is that what you said?
I think so.
Yeah.
So.
You play a
Like
lot.
last
Yeah, you
season.
play a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played a lot. Like I tried all kinds of lists. The ones without, what's that guy? The 1 mana 2/2.
Trigger happy
You
trooper.
happy?
God
Yeah,
damn
yeah,
it.
like yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah.
No,
Like
it's fine.
I tried all kinds of lists, and I just feel like the deck. I feel like the deck hates me even after playing it so much. So I was like, maybe other people would think about countering Katrin too. So I was like, nah, no marker for me. If you are targeting Katrin, too bad, I don't have it. Which I think a lot of other players did, honestly. I think Kartoha, his uni list is insane. Like, it's even more like all in against Cathy,
Yeah.
right? And I'm pretty sure most players brought like relic removal. So I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, nah, I'm not gonna give you guys relics to remove. Even my Earthen has no relics. So
Yeah.
enjoy your saboteurs, guys.
No, I think that's really cool. A lot of players were targeting one of the best two decks, whether it was correct to do Catherine or Shroud, regardless. But you added an extra step by countering like the next deck. Like you had counters for the workshop and stuff. Like that acid spray was brutal, especially in the game against Ivan. Like he knew it was in your list. He couldn't play his portable energy bays. He was sitting
Yeah,
on them
yeah.
for since the beginning of the game.
Uh,
And he's like, he was trying to find a situation that you would leave him a unit that he could suicide in and get the
oh yeah,
drones
no
off.
way. Not
Yeah.
happening, bro. I was like, nah, I was like, okay, I drew Harp. I was like, yo, this Harp looks lit. But I was like, nah, I'm not gonna give you something to suicide your gunslinger. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, nope, goodbye, Harp. I'll just start removing stuff and leave 0 attack minions on board. So yeah. Good that I mean, I guess he played around it pretty well, but I drew like I drew so well this series actually. Like I drew
Yeah. That Naeus game, I don't think you'll ever draw that well again. Like that was probably the perfect Naeus game ever.
Yeah. Yeah,
What were
yeah.
you thinking in that moment when you saw that mole? You're just like, hell yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Job's not done. Job's not done. Job's
Yeah,
not done, guys.
He switched. He still switched in competitive mode, so he's like, even he could look at gold in front of him, and they'd be handing it to him, and he's like, I don't know. I gotta be
Yeah,
careful.
yeah. Not
Keep
gonna
ahead
lie,
of
I was
the
pretty
game.
I was pretty close to like laughing. I was pretty close. I was trying to hold it back, like, okay, no, do not go back to that mode yet. We are not there yet. We are not there
Yeah.
yet. But
When
when I
you
saw it,
played,
I was like,
when you had the rallying cry, right? You chose to play Naeus instead of the rallying cry. Were you looking for a fleet support, or you were just like, like, You remember the turn I'm talking about on turn
yeah.
4?
I
Yeah.
know. Not really. I was just thinking my Katrin's cry would be weak, right? I wasn't very confident about how good it would be.
Okay.
Like, what if I
Yeah.
pull out 2 gunslingers? I'll be like,
That's fair. Yeah. Yep.
yeah. So I just went for like the safer play. Just play Naeus, and then we chill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mana
Very
efficiency too. Get it down.
Yeah.
I like it.
I don't think
Yeah.
we'll ever see a Naeus playing fleet support Catherine Darling Kai ever
Yeah,
again
that
on
was
a
like,
stream.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm the Marco now. I didn't bring Marco, but sure, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Well, it's very obvious that you know Parallel incredibly well. So I wish you luck in your future matches. It's been really, really cool to watch them. So
Thank you. I wouldn't let you down. I know I'm your
yes,
pick.
I know.
I'm gonna win it. Okay, I'll win it for you.
You're my champ.
Ellie buff.
Yes,
Let's go.
Let's go. Alpha, love that. Well, any closing thoughts before we let you start to prep for your next round?
Just want to shout out like everyone who's been involved in this tournament. Like it's been so fun so far. And I'm super hyped, right? Haven't been playing tournaments for quite a while, honestly. And like the whole thing, like the prep itself, and if you guys have seen like the tournament websites, mind blowing, man. It's so good. Yeah, so like everything is so smooth, and you guys are crushing on the casts, and people in chat are so supportive and everything. So yeah, it's just really nice, really, really great start to Parallel League, and looking forward for more, man. This is just the first one. Like it's gonna be so intense and so fun. Yeah.
Wholesome stuff. Love it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Sequinox.
Good luck in your next one.
Thanks,
Yeah, man.
guys. All right. Dope. See you.
All right.
I just want to say that like I love his strategy was target Cathy, and he knows Cathy. Like that's like such a good way to I think about competition. Like a deck in and out, you know exactly how to counter it, how to pick on it, and that's been his strategy, and I just think it's brilliant. So
yeah, that was absolutely huge. Shout out to him. Wish him luck. We have our bracket here. Just a reminder: D Money and Carto will be the next semi-final that we get to see. D Money being the only creator ambassador left against Kartoha, a player that hasn't lost a single game in this whole tournament. So D-Money's gonna have to, really pull up for this next match, and winner gets to see Sequinox in the finals.
Yeah. All right, I think we are about ready to pass it off to Quinto and Tia, and we will see you guys on the flip side.
All right, we are back here, Quinto. That was crazy. His excitement is infectious, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that Sekinos was really, really happy about winning this match. He was containing all that emotion just to stay focused on the games. So really well done, fantastic games. Loved seeing different cards being played from the meta. So yeah, was fantastic.
Absolutely. And I'm super excited to see who takes it from here because that person's going to face off against him in the finals today. And that's going to be a pretty big one. So very excited to get to it. And I believe we will now be seeing D-Money playing against Kartoa.
Yeah, correct. We have, they have both banned Neef. So it gets to the rest of them. Let's see the decks now.
Okay.
So, yeah, you want to go ahead and present D-Monies since he's playing your favorite parallel?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on it. Yeah, so now that Shroud is out of the picture, we're unironically seeing Organ Core coming in way more. This isn't your all-out universal list like we've seen before, but you do have that set up here with it's just a little bit of everything, and it's quite scary. You've got your black market fixers to deal with smaller cards. You've got your Astel's Glaive, all of these very, very expensive cards that are actually so good in this game. Wong to draw more cards when need be. You've got your relics. Yesterday we saw the point defense turrets just racking up counters, and it was pretty scary when Shroud stole a copy of it, but when left untouched, these cards can do so much damage. Would you like to go into what upcycle technology does and how you can just use Sesmir to complete havoc?
Yep. Definitely playing Sesmir here, it's great, playing it early. I also want to highlight the TBA. The Sevastar RX flagship has been a absolute staple in all these games where players have been using it to get that memento or to get that portable energy bay by sacrificing the units. It has been key, I would say, in this matchup. It essentially, this deck revolves around going with the memento, Sevastar, portable energy bay, and get that lethal damage. And as we've seen, D-Money with this deck has been an absolute menace, where he has been creating a bunch of energy drones and just setting the board up to absolutely blast the enemy with the memento play.
Yeah, it's scary. And again, D-Money, is it D-Money who hasn't yet lost a single game?
No, it's Kartoa.
It's Kartoa. Yeah. So D-Money has a lot to prove here. If he can win even a single matchup here, he's already the best opponent thus far when facing Kartoa. But I think we can probably hop over to D-Money's next list here. So we had Organ Core, and now we have Marcolian. So, I mean, yeah, Kathy, this deck is just so good. It's exceptionally good. You've got your fleet support relics that allow you to play the first effect every turn, a second, third, fourth time. If you use that along with things like your orbital strike, your determined assault, PS8 launcher, like you can just see all the effects there in that one column in the middle and realize just how strong this deck is if paired correctly with things like Lord Harf, etc. So an incredibly strong deck, can easily go past defenders, etc., and just hit face. So yeah, very scary, and I think a lot of people have built their decks specifically to counter Kathy.
Yeah, interesting that I've seen this deck from all the players, the ones that were in this last round, and they all have similar Kathy lists. This Kathy list has been basically the same compared to the other decks that have different cards, different tech cards. We see that D-Money here has that improvised tactics repeated 3 copies of it, he surely will want to cycle a lot. However, I don't know how it looks in terms of tempo, but we'll see. Definitely a card that I will be looking out if he gets a brick, or he gets it in a smart place where he might just need it. So yeah.
And then we're not going to go across the band, so there's just one more list left here, and it's going to be, the Kathari deck. Again, one of my favorites personally. Now, obviously, you do have to adapt this deck so it is actually relevant in the competitive meta. So even though you have your normal cards, they're supposed to go really wide. You want a lot of clones on the board. You want them to survive long enough so they can grow because of the Gnaeus Paragon. But yeah, you've got these little techs as well that we discussed earlier, like that of Lord Harf, which is going to make, Catherine struggle just a little bit more trying to play those effects when they cost 1 more. You're going to have something like the scanner probe in effect, so you can try and prevent your opponent from drawing the cards that they really need. You can kind of steal it if you correctly play your probe, and yeah, just a very interesting deck to see in this specific format. I'm curious to see if it is able to hold its own. What are your thoughts on Kathari being in the competitive scene right now?
Yeah, definitely. Neos is this is a really simple Neos build, but very effective. Since Neve has been banned in this matchup, I don't know if Lord Harf will be a key card here. However, definitely a key card against Kathy. Scanner Probe, another key card in the Neos build because it buffs after attacking and can attack immediately, also preventing the opponent from getting their key cards. Like, for example, if this Neos deck goes against the Kartoha's Universal deck, he might steal the Ingrid, he might steal the Freyris. In the Kathy matchup, he might steal the Catherine's Rallying Cry, as we saw with Sekinox, that steal the whole combo. So yeah, definitely excited to see the Neos once again in the works. Has been an awesome Paragon in this tournament to see.
Absolutely. And that would be D-Money's lineup for the day. He has to bring each and every one of these lists through, which is not going to be easy. He is going to be facing off against Kartoha. So let's see what we have in store here. Okay, you've got the Juggernaut Workshop.
Yeah, definitely the Juggernaut Workshop, universal build. We see the Painter, the Gun Barge, the Stable Shielded Narrator, Ruined Tinkerer, and the other card that we were discussing, the Silent Surgeon, a 5-cost 3/3 that heals 5 health. This is essentially placed in this deck to counter Kathy. However, we don't know if this is going to be too slow in this case. So, and we also see that the Edian Hammer, that card that can actually get the lethal with a deck that definitely, when it reaches endgame, it needs something that can deal lethal damage really close. So very excited to see this universal deck and how it performs, especially against, as I said, the Neos and the Kathy, which are, in my opinion, can be counters to this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Love seeing these universal decks. It's a nice little strategy, honestly, just going with every universal card you can think of. Since obviously you can't really mix and match different parallels, but you definitely can include universal cards. So yeah, interesting to see. Looking forward to it. I think we can go over to the next deck here. It's going to be another Kathy deck, and I'd say pretty similar to the other one. What differences do we see?
The only difference I see in this deck definitely is the Saboteur, and that's about it. And the Wong. Kartoha is using the Wong in this deck. Usually Wong is not used in this deck since you have a lot of other tools to search for what you need. So I don't know how Wong exactly fits in here. So that's something that's gonna be seen in the matches. But that's essentially it. The Saboteur and the Wong. All the rest is practically the standard Kathy meta deck. So yeah, let's take a look at the last deck that Kartoha is gonna use. It's gonna be an Earthen here. We see a pretty standard Earthen deck with all the Altar of Gaia, which has a great synergy with the Shamak, with the Terra, for endgame power. We see that Solea also key card in this deck because Solea essentially can absolutely disrupt the tempo of the enemy. We see a lot of saboteurs, a lot of copies here. So Cartoja seems to be expecting a lot of relics being played. However, in the Nehemiah versus Kathy matchup, I think Nehemiah inherently has more advantage versus Kathy, but we will see. So yeah, that's about it for the Earthen. Pretty standard. We see also the Lord Harf in Cartoja's build, which will be another key card that can definitely counter Kathy. So very excited to see this work.
Absolutely. Very excited to see as well. There's completely different strategies by these players. So it's going to give us quite a nice example of how different builds and different planning can have a completely different game strategy in mind. Two excellent players really. And again, the winner of this series will go through to the finals. So there is quite a bit at stake here.
Yep. So it's gonna be the last creator versus another bond member, which is Cartoja. So yeah, let's get right into it. Neus. We see that Neus versus Nehemiah.
Okay, and it is Kathari versus Earthen. All right. This is more something I would expect on ladder, to be honest.
Yeah. D-Money went right away and used Neus. I think that Neus is like the wild card in this whole set.
Absolutely. Agreed. And I mean, what do you think about this type of matchup? I personally feel like it's doable. If you draw the correct cards, I think both players can pull it off. Do you think one specific parallel is wildly favored?
In this matchup, I would say definitely Nehemiah is favored. However, I think D-Money here, and even more, I would say that since D-Money is going second, when you're playing Neos, you essentially want to go first, get that striker, and get something good after it. We see that he didn't draw any of them. Now, Cartoja, on the other side, didn't draw his big card, which is big initial card, which is the Steward of the Garden that gives him the ramp. Goes ahead and banks that for middle presence. Drops the Growth Guardian so he can buff it next turn. D-Money we see him like we see him laughing at his hand, I guess, because he doesn't have anything really to really disrupt the board here. The Slinger is kind of a card that won't work too much because once it pings that Growth Guardian, it can die. So, D-Money goes ahead and banks the Domina.
Interesting, since Domina is a very good card, but yeah, perhaps waiting until you have enough energy here to play it is simply not an option, and we see it disappear.
Yeah, just when I said it is what's gonna happen. Look at this. Oh my god.
I mean, I guess he would have preferred to have something like the PS8 launchers at the ready, but only having one mercenary gunslinger is an ideal here, and already you can see this card getting a bit too strong here for D-Money's liking.
Correct. Right now, for a deck that heavily relies in tempo, D-Money is way far behind. It's a difficult situation here. I would say, and on top of that, we see that Cartoja has another Growth Guardian and another Aurora Fungi to essentially block out any tempo that D-Money might build here. Also, we see that Virulent Spores really harmful for a Kathari deck. So yeah, we just see Cartoja here building that Growth Guardian and just establishing board presence with it. Yeah. I believe D-Money is not running well, we already see
The black market
we already
fixer.
saw, yeah, the black
No.
market fixer.
That's the problem here. Having no black market fixer, truly, there is simply not a card that can just get rid of that off the bat. Like, he's going to have to build up the board presence, and he's going to have to use the synergy he has with the subjugates, the convergence, etc. And he just doesn't have that right now, which is very scary. So
Yeah.
D-Money is in a pretty awkward position here, to say the least.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. The 80 and subject, as you said, is key in the Earthen matchup. However, without anything to build it up, and with the threat of actually getting it killed by the Grove Guardian, definitely it's going to be very difficult for D-Money to establish some kind of board presence here.
Yeah, getting rid of that Saboteur. Doesn't need it, not against this Paragon. There's no relics in this list from D-Money, so yeah, honestly, it's game over. I've played Kathari enough. There is absolutely no getting back here.
Yeah, you have been in this situation before, Tia?
Yes, unfortunately. But I run 3 black market fixers because there are just too many circumstances where this happens. And there's just no getting back, unfortunately. So, yeah. I mean, I'd love to see what he does, but there truly isn't anything that can be done here unless your opponent massively messes up for some reason. We do see the PS8 launchers in the deck, but yeah, it's not gonna cut it really.
Yeah, I think that D-Money might have a chance if that Triumph of Europa, when he plays it, gets the Cerulean Hunter, and in some way establish some presence in the board with the Triumph of Europa. So we will get to see it. Cartoja already banked the Virulent Spores. So that's something that D-Money can play into his advantage.
We see the PS8 launcher coming down there. It helps a little bit in terms of decreasing the damage there on the Paragon, since it will match the defense. Whether that's enough, I don't know. I mean, yeah, if you're Cartoja, you're just going to get rid of that Lord Harf.
This for Cartoja, the play here is just clear the board, establish tempo until he can attack face, and there's nothing that D-Money will be able to do.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
gets that Altar of Gaia that can heal the board. So while clearing, he can heal and give counters to the Altar of Gaia to heal even more. So it will be exciting to watch what that Triumph of Europa brings, because honestly, if that Triumph gets the Cerulean Hunter, then Cartoja's board stops being this scary.
Yes, but since Cartoja is simply clearing the board here, it's yeah, it's GG, honestly. There isn't really anything you can do in this position if you are playing Kathari. It's just going downhill from here.
Going downhill, yeah. Let's see. We might see a miracle. I've seen those, and I'm sure you have seen those
A
too.
disconnect. The internet goes down. Yeah, I mean that could potentially happen, you know.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't not talking about those type of miracles, but yeah, a disconnect might actually save the money here.
I mean, they're just the problem is there truly just isn't a card in this deck that you can draw that's going to quickly get you out of the situation. Like you almost have to rely on your opponent misplaying so badly and just messing up. But yeah, Triumph of Europa, an amazing card, probably the best you can have in the situation. And yeah, you're gonna play that standard bearer. It's going to another standard bearer. Let's go. That's gonna increase this striker.
That big striker, and then another Triumph coming after this one. So, however, this is a point where, as Earthen, you can just play Formidable Presence. I have been in this situation where you just play Formidable Presence, attack face with everything, and then just wait until the next turn, and essentially your opponent won't be able to do anything to you because you have that those seeds in there already blocking any trade that the opponent might face. However, if T-Money manages to get that Nehemiah, then that will leave Kartoha with just a Saboteur that can attack. So he's going with it. He's gonna go and try to attack face, I believe, here. Full face.
Yeah.
That's about help me with the math here. 20 damage.
Yeah, I mean that does it really. If you have to go all in here if you're
Yeah.
doing what you're doing. If you don't clear the board against Kathari, these cards will grow so quickly and so unbelievably fast that there won't be anything left. But here you
Yeah.
see it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, it's pretty much, definitely. At this point, the only way for Demony to clear in this is getting that Cerulean Hunter once again, killing the Nehemiah, and pinging the Saboteur. That's his only way out of this one, and he didn't get any of them. So it's GG's.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I could
Kartoha.
tell you it was GG's the moment that he didn't get that board
I know.
dominance established. I know,
Yeah.
it's just so frustrating if you don't have an answer for certain cards in a certain deck. It's like
Yeah.
game over. But that's why Kathari is simply performing so horribly right now on ladder. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just there isn't much you can do unless you go for some universal units that completely destroys the Kathari mechanic to begin with, because you want to have clones in your deck that buff each other and play with each other. You don't really want too many universal units. But yeah, so currently Kartoha is still on his win streak, hasn't lost a single game. That's quite
7-0
scary.
for Kartoha.
Yeah, wow. So he has a few options left here. Can't play Shroud, right? So he's going
It's
to
gonna
have
be Kathy.
Mm,
Kathy or universal deck here in this place.
yes.
He didn't have it too hard or too tough in the Nehemiah matchup because Nehemiah is like if Demony didn't get the Cerulean at any point, then Nehemiah had all the advantage of winning this game.
Mm.
However, we have seen we saw in this same tournament how Manos beat Sekinox with a Neos deck. So that's something that could have possibly happened, that Neos could have beaten the Nehemiah. However, we saw that Demony didn't get what he needed in the beginning to set up that tempo, and Kartoha had answers early on, could build up his Grove Guardian, and it was at that moment you said Tia GG's, and
It
you
was,
sealed the deal.
unfortunately. Yeah, well, I mean, at least we might see the Kathari list a second time. That's the only good thing that came out of this, because Kathari is awesome. So other than that, we're going to be seeing probably, Kathy playing off. I mean, D-Money has other decks here. He can play Kathy as well, or he can also just play a simple Organ Core, a pretty standard deck. So I think both players are probably just going through their options right now, since there's a lot of money on the line here and a lot of points.
This is a moment in tournaments where you're playing rock paper scissors, and thinking about which deck you're gonna bring into the table and what possibly the enemy is gonna bring. So it's an important part of, like, I've seen a lot of people while casting tournaments where they were just by making good decisions in the matchup, they can win the tournament.
Yeah, it's just there are some other games that I've played in the past where you do make turns in who goes first, and it's predetermined. So a lot of the strategy really is about deciding which deck does better going first and second. But here, it's completely just a guessing game of what can my opponent possibly take, because there really isn't any downside on going Kathy next or Organkor. It could be, honestly, doesn't matter. It's unless you can read your opponent's mind and know what they're gonna take. But really, the order in which you take them doesn't matter, except for what your opponent's bringing. So Yeah, maybe they can try and watch their opponent in their prep and see what order they prefer to take decks through in. Yeah, I would like to see a Kathy Murr again, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's not that. It's
Ooh,
another Kathari, yes. We get to see
D-Money.
Gneas.
D-Money with Neos. Again, he is betting it all on Neos. Cartoja with his universal deck, which has answers to these Neos. The unstable shield drone can very much deal with early Neos board. Unstable shield generator, I mean. So we see that Neos once again starts the match. Let's see those hands here.
All right.
Cartoja just keeps up the target painter, and D-Money is trying to. He is not redrawing everything to get something that he can play early on. This is interesting. He's going with a curve and doesn't get anything. Oh my God, doesn't get anything to play initially. This is a great mistake.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
he didn't use the odds in his favor. Now we see that Cartoja has an insane amount of answers in the hand. The two target painters can deal with that ATN subjugate with just one PS8. The unstable shield generator can actually be dropped. Gets the gun barge also. Now, oh, look at that. D-Money gets that striker. However, I feel that it's too late. That target painter can deal with a standard bearer if D-Money plays it here.
I love how you're calling it already. In the previous game, we called it within about three turns, and you're like, it's too late
Where
for
this-
the striker. You
No,
already lost.
D-Money will ban us from casting his games forever.
No, I have complete
Absolutely.
sympathy with D-Money. I love this deck. I want to see it win so badly. It's just, you can just see how unfortunate these draws are. I
Yeah,
mean,
true.
the nice little thing about the standard bearer is normally that it has 3 defense, but yeah, in this situation, unfortunately, it just disappears right there. It's
Yep.
oof, ouch, ouch, ouch.
Well, still, things can change here, Tia. However, well, yeah, with a gun barge there, the painters will tag that ATN subjugate, and will be able to attack and destroy the subjugate here. So even if D-Money buffs an ATN subjugate completely with those tabula rasas, Cartoja will be able, with just one gun barge and those two painters, which has all of them have 0 attack, he will be able to get him.
Ooh, that's a nice little combo I've not done myself yet with the tabula. Yeah,
Yeah,
since if it attacks, it gets a point anyway because of Neas, and it allows the subjugate to go off. That's quite neat.
Yeah. This is a great combo. Then you get it back. You get them back from the Triumph of Europa. This is a really nice one with the tabulas. However, he banked the Triumph. Now we will see Cartoja. This is pretty much muscle memory, I would say. Drop that gun barge and get that ATN subjugate right away. Igneous getting that subjugate there, letting it stay alive, it's definitely a grave mistake. So Cartoja is gonna kill it.
Oof. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, well, now you're able to play your convergent card there with Battle Ready, if that's something you want to do.
Yeah.
I quite like that since it also gives you the instant buff with Neas, since you're guaranteed to survive that turn. Yeah, we might see Domina coming down here. We might see the subjugates coming down instead, and maybe we see another Tabula coming onto the board. There really is quite a few options here you can pick from. All the cards are playable, including the Paragon, since there will be 4 energy in the bank this turn.
Yeah. Everything dies to the gun barge and the painters, though. Anything that D-Money plays here. So establishing tempo, it's something impossible for D-Money at the moment. Even if he buffs that Domina by attacking.
We see the Domina coming down there.
Yeah, with the painters are dealing exactly. They deal 1 more damage for the damage they dealt, so they are dealing 5 damage right now with a gun barge. Really interesting combo here with the painters and the gun barge. I never realized how powerful this can be. Another gun barge. Oh my god.
Mm. Yeah, that's pretty scary. Pretty scary. D-Money
Yeah.
doesn't have access to the hand like we do, but it's looking it's going to be an uphill climb here going forward, that's for sure.
Correct. Definitely. Well, wouldn't say an uphill. It's more like a spatial climb. But yeah, dropping Cartoja, they're dropping the Ruin Tinkerer, getting a bunch of units in the board now to set up to make things worse for D-Money. He will be having that Master Poisoner next turn also, or the Wong. Here uses the Artillery Juggernaut to finish off the Domina.
Ouch. Yeah. I don't want to say it's game over, but it's definitely game over. So, Kathari versus Kathy. What do you think? Game 3.
Well, let's talk about the next game already. Okay. I mean, what can I say? This has been a massacre by Cartoja.
This is my experience on ladder. This is why I this is why I'm so sad. I have one Kathy. No, sorry, I have my Kathari deck, and this is genuinely my experience. Sometimes you get the good cards. Sometimes your opponent draws horribly, and you get some wins in there. But honestly, right now it's just a horrible faction to play. It's just so outnumbered with all these awesome mechanics that other decks have. And yeah, it's just you can just see like the hopelessness. Like isn't a skill issue. This is just D-Money. There isn't anything he can truly do.
Nope.
You can try and you can really hope that the odds are in your favor with draws and with your opponent's skills, but genuinely it's really difficult.
Yeah. I believe that his worst mistake in this match was not playing the odds on his favor. He did a mulligan where what I would do in that situation, you want always to have something to play if you're going first play Neos. And if you think that doing a mulligan based on the curve, because like what are you going to play next turn and not make sure that you will get what you need to play the first turn, then that might wreck your whole game.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You said it really well. So, yeah, Kortoa here. Okay, interesting. We're gonna see, yeah, Wong coming down onto the board, going to pull out some cards here.
Interesting that he went with Wong instead of making sure to clear this board.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit odd since the last thing you want to do is give Kathari any cards on the board. Because I mean, my goodness, you have some nice combos here where you get an extra token every turn, and that's going to allow your subjugate to get an extra point. It can give away. Okay, subjugate is gone. I take it back.
Yeah.
I take it all back. No, there's not much left on the board here to actually strike fear into the heart of Kartoa. It's game over.
Yeah. Cartoja managed it, like he calculated so well here. It was surgical how he cleared this board. He didn't even need the poisoner. Oh my god. It was absolutely surgical.
Ouch.
D-Money
Ouch.
once again now with anything valuable, without nothing valuable in hand. That Salvatorum, Princeps, these are cards that you really wanted in early game. Right now, that gun bars and those painters are completely removing any threat that D-Money has. The Aetian subjugates have been completely hopeless. Hasn't been able to buff a single unit with Neos passive. This is, as you were saying, Tia, once again, game over. And he
Yeah.
concedes. Joker.
It is over. So Kartoa going into his last list of the day, and
Yeah.
I believe we're gonna see a Kathy list, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no, I just wanted to say the only benefit here that you have if you are a D money is knowing exactly what your opponent is going to play now every single
Yeah.
turn. So you can sort of mentally prepare your strategy, I guess. And yeah, so with Kathy, are we going to see another Kathari, or are we going to see something else? You know, is he going to maybe try and get at least a win against Katsuwa? You know.
I mean, I'm. What if he goes with Neas again against Kathy? That wouldn't be bad, actually.
I kind of want to
But
see it.
you wanna see madness. That's what you
Yes.
wanna see. Yeah.
I'm biased. Okay, I want a pro to show me how it's done. Like show me what Kathari can do, you know?
Yeah.
Like strike fear into the heart of the masses. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. I mean, you might be able to craft the next meta Kathari deck. You know,
Yeah.
if you're
It,
so if you are inspired by the Kathari. I have always envisioned a Kathari deck that it's more control than just tempo, and that
mm,
will be amazing to see one day. There are some really great Kathari cards out there that can actually make it worth it, I would say.
yes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the control cards we see that are actually also nicely bouncing off of the convergent strategy would be like the convergent domina, for instance, and that sort of thing, or Tempest's Will. All of those cards are nice control cards that makes
Yeah.
Cathari really strong. But no, D Money is deciding to go for the Kathy mirror match.
Mirror. He wanted he he wanted war here. He wanted to see absolute madness. Going like
I'm here for it.
I mean, intentionally going with Kathy on the mirror, it's just it's at this point he is I wouldn't say joking, but he wants to make a statement. I would say D-Money here. He wants
Yes.
to if he wins this match, he will make a statement. He will say I won the mirror, and he will instill fear in his opponent. I would say.
I think he's playing the psychological game now. He's stopped with Aeneas. He's going over and he's just trying to show Kartoa, look, you're not gonna win every game, okay? I have to show you that it's quite possible for us to stop your ungodly win streak, which is
Yeah,
just
on God.
terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, he can throw Katoha out of his mojo here, but we see that Kartoha's hand is really strong. He has a really early game hand that can just drop a bunch of units on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite scary. Yeah, having that the bannerman,
Yeah,
and you've got your yeah, you've got those ones set up to do some damage to face, so you can trigger assault. I mean, you've got the rally cry. On the other hand, here D Money does have that 2-point unit that will immediately start benefiting from playing effects, which is nice to have. So, I mean, it seems like a pretty similar setup to an extent. Now, I wouldn't say
yeah,
anybody is massively favored or unlucky in their draws, just a
yeah,
little bit different.
yeah. The problem with D-Money here, the problem that D-Money might have here is that he started. So now he's drawing less cards than Kartoha, and that can become a problem later on. However, this is what I said about the improvised tactics that D-Money is running. He might not run out of steam just because he has a lot of draw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, D Money not in a horrible position here. Though having only 2 cards and one being unplayable for the time being isn't amazing. But you can also play your Paragon, which will allow you to sort of help clear
Yeah.
the board and go face a little bit faster. So Kartoa here just concentrating a little bit. Has to pick here. He has a few options really. So he can either start clearing cards or he can start setting up things like the Bannerman.
Yeah. Kartoha is really thinking it through here. What is he going to play? If it's a Bannerman or the Happy Trigger, he goes with a Happy Trigger. But as you said, Tia, regarding the cycling of cards, yeah, Demony might just be able to play eventually that Kathy to buy him some time. However, he has a difficult decision here to make because he can actually clear one of Kartoha's 3/3 Happy Trigger Troopers
Mm-hmm.
and gain tempo. However, I would say Kartoha is ready to get his board again, just like that, the next turn.
Yeah, so he does go for that determined assault, which in return will do damage facing himself.
Yep.
And he clears the board, which isn't horrible. Um, still looking a bit scary here if you have access to Kartoa's point of view. Kartoa has quite a few options here. I mean, he can play Lord Harf, and it will make all of the effects he has way cheaper. But he probably wants to put that Bannerman up as well, so he can start benefiting off of it. So there's a few options. You can also go for the Rally Cry here and get 2 other random cards entirely. So it's kind of hard. He's just focusing now, thinking of all the cards D-Money might have, how that could
Yeah.
affect his decision.
we see that Kartoha is really thinking. He's even grabbing his forehead like, oh my god, what do I do here? But he can set up a board. I would be afraid to play the Bannerman, the Harf, and the PS8 here if D-Money goes with the Kathy, because the Kathy can actually, by RNG itself, can actually clear that Harf. And if I were Kartoha, I wouldn't want that. Yeah, he goes ahead and buff the Harf. He's going to play that PS8 also to clear the Slinger. And now the money faces that situation where most likely he will play the Kathy.
Yeah, I mean, Kathy makes most sense here, to be honest. Because both targets on the board right now need to be removed. So, honestly, hitting one of those would be very nice.
Yep.
I can see how Kathy would be a very good choice here.
For sure.
I mean, what else are you playing? Or
Well,
do you really want to play the Rally Cry here when it costs 4 instead of 3?
I mean, the problem here of playing Kathy is if it attacks face, because it will just give Kartoha an insane advantage in terms of board presence and control of what he can actually do. With Kathy, you can't control anything. You just spray and pray, I would say. So definitely, we will see what. He goes ahead and plays a Kathy, hoping that it targets the Harf. Insane! How
Very
lucky!
nice. Very nice. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, 33% chance of it hitting face, which would not have been good for him. But nicely done. So now Kartoa here, he has a fleet. So he can definitely play the relic and get twice the effects he would normally do. He can also just go for Kathy here. So
He goes ahead.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just goes ahead and buffs that Bannerman, drops the. Ooh.
Very nice.
Yeah, he went ahead to play the Crackshot first, knowing that he might get the Iron Corpse Quartermaster to record whatever he can from the waste. In this case, I think the PS8 launcher will be the answer here.
Nicely done.
Yep.
Whew.
And let's see if Kartoha what he's gonna do. He wanna get closer to lethal, or he might just wanna kill the Gano. He goes ahead and gets closer to the lethal.
That does make sense. Placing all of the pressure on D money to take out the units
Yep.
instead.
Correct.
Yeah, nicely done. So yeah, this is starting to look a little bit scary. I mean, D money has some options here to draw cards, but his board isn't set up to benefit from anything just yet. You know, he doesn't have the relic that will allow him to play things. He doesn't have any units that will start growing or starting to damage Kartoa if an effect is played. So really, he doesn't really have the setup he would want here.
Yeah, and he can't control what Kathy can do. So if Kathy attacks face here, it's gonna be a bad situation for the money.
Yes. And now it's 25% chance of attacking face. So gets that unit. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite ideal, to be honest.
Nope. He can at least clear one of the bannermans, making his chance of attacking face more doable.
Okay. We're gonna see again what happens here. Who's Kathy attacking? Because it's going to matter. It might swing the game if it does.
And in attack phase. Oh my god. Insane. Kartoha gets that triumph of Mars, which can give him a good advantage in terms of buffing the Bannerman and getting stuff that he might need to get that lethal damage. Banks the spotter, interesting. He might just want to play Kathy here. Is he going with Kathy and the PS8 just to make sure that he's closer to lethal without giving D-Money too much? Let's see.
Yeah. Still some consideration here. Still some consideration. We're gonna see that PS8 launcher coming down here onto the mercenary gunslinger that will grow the bannerman and place Kathy. All right. Yeah. Okay. It's getting close here.
Yep, he's going with a Kathy. If it gets whatever it does, like face or killing that, Cartoja is thinking if he should clear that Kathy with the Iron Corpse. But at this point, if that Kathy targets the face, yeah, he's going face. Let's see what the Kathy does. Ooh, clears the spotter. That's a good one for Cartoja. And this looks that like it's already absolutely Jover for the money.
Oh my goodness. This is not D-Money's day.
Nope. And Cartoja continues his madness of a streak right into Sekinox.
I mean, can you imagine if Kartoa just wins every single game? That will make him
will be wild.
Scary. Such a scary opponent.
Yeah. He will become the first person in the whole parallel community to actually win 2 big tournaments just by himself. Ooh, the double fleet support doesn't do anything in this scenario for D-Money, and this is gonna be it.
Oh,
this is gonna be it, ladies and gents. It's absolutely Jover for D-Money. That orbital strike will blast him away. Kathy goes for the other Kathy, and now orbital strike, and it's over.
Yeah, game over. Kartoa taking it, going into the finals against Equinox. Haven't lost a single game yet. And
what an absolute steamroller is Kartoja in this tournament. I mean, I just want to say something. I was gonna play in instead of Kartoja, but when they offered the caster role, I decided to take it. And yeah, well, sorry to all the other players because Cartoha has been absolutely destroying everyone. So yeah,
You should have played for the greater good. Give
yeah,
others
for
a chance.
yeah, definitely. So,
So we're gonna,
yeah,
I think, talk. Now, are we gonna interview somebody, or are we gonna wait for the finals?
yeah, we're gonna interview Cartoha.
Gonna be exciting. I want to hear what his thinking
Yeah,
process is like.
yeah,
Um, I,
he's a, yeah.
okay,
Let's
think he's in
okay.
the room.
Cartoha is in the room. Yeah, already
Yep.
seen his. Hey, Cartoha. I believe you are very happy, and I'm very happy that you have gone to this place in the tournament, absolutely steamrolling everyone. What are your thoughts, man?
I yeah, I'm named Zero, right? Like it's actually incredible. I like I had lots of games where I was struggling. Like I had games against Earthen who was going steward on turn one, like going first. I, I had lots of stuff going and this happened, but so far, of course, I'm very happy with this result. Very looking forward for the games with Sequinox. I feel like this is the guy who nailed the lineup, to be honest. But yeah, so I'm a little bit scared of him.
Yeah.
Gosh, do you just feel that every game is favored today, or within the whole series for you, or are you just that good of a player? You know, you just outplay them.
Um, I mean, I feel good about my lineup. I would definitely want some of the cards from Sequinox Universal deck add to my list. So like Ace Spray, I feel like this card would be a very nice addition. So I can say I'm not very confident about my Ogincore deck. It could have been better. I also feel like Ivan Flock, we were practicing, we were preparing for the tournament together. I feel like his Ogincore list also something I would bring, let's say, instead of my Ogincore deck, just because it showed such a good result in the preparation. But it was like the last day, basically, so I didn't want to change everything in the last moment. But yeah, so far the lineup is working. I'm having nice games with my Ogincore. It has like it can draw poorly, but I'm drawing like a madman.
Yeah, we saw that. I really liked the Gone Barge with the target painters. That was absolutely blocking and interrupting, disrupting completely the Neos tempo. That was insane to watch. Ironically, with 0 attack units. So that's great, Cartoha. Really happy for you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's basically what you can do with the target painters. Insane card. Like you can basically lock down the early game if you have like you need at least one target painter. This game I had two, so which is like amazing against Neos. So if you are like almost all Ogincore deck plays this card, and you saw the reason why it's good. And Gun Barge,
Yeah.
Gun Barge is amazing
Yeah.
card with this combo as well.
Crazy. What were you most afraid of these D-Money deck lists? Which one were you worried about?
I mean, to be honest, I was worried about Kathari. Like, I was worried about against Neus. So, I like the idea of Neus basically to like target Markolian. So far, Neus has been very good in this tournament against Markolian. This is why, by the way, I queued the second game Ogincore, not the Markolian. Usually, I do the opposite. Usually, I queue Markolian second, Ogincore the last, like as it's my weakest deck. But yeah, like against I was let's say lucky, or I did the proper read. You can say whatever you want, but yeah, I really wanted to this matchup Ogincore against Neos. I got it, and yeah, it went well for me.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah, big congrats, Cardoha, and best of luck in the finals. Anything else you want to remark here?
Yeah, I mean, Universal Ogincores in the finals. That's the best as you can get, I guess. Let's see who draws Ingrids and Fredises. I
That
really hope we'll
universal
have.
mirror will be insane.
Yeah, I really hope we'll have five game series. To be honest, I think Sequinox 100% deserve to win this tournament. I mean, this is the lineup. I'm a little bit jealous. Like this guy really prepared very well. Not bringing Marcola, and also like I really like this idea. Like he basically through the preparation side, he prepared the most, and I'd say he has the best lineup in the tournament. So let's see if I can beat him.
Okay.
Wow, a worthy adversary. Well, good
Yeah,
luck.
big
I,
respect.
yeah, I mean, we are not biased, but we wouldn't mind seeing you win every single game. That would be quite remarkable. But good luck against Equinox. It's gonna be hard to pull it off. But
Yeah.
we know if anybody can do it, it's going to be you. So yes, we'll see you in a few, and good luck again.
Yeah. Good luck, Kartoha. So yeah,
All right.
he's very very excited and honoring his adversary. So that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
And yeah, let's move on to the sponsors.
Yeah, so I mean, I know we have to give a shout out for Community Gaming for helping sponsor this tournament today. So a lot of thanks for them for helping us create an awesome event. And yeah, Quinto.
Yeah, I want to talk a bit about Saga. Big thanks to them for sponsoring this event. Saga's mission is to enable the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. Saga and Parallel are partnering on an exclusive Parallel card back available as part of Saga's over 9,000 campaign. Nice. A Parallel card back coming in for those Saga enjoyers. And to learn more about Saga and Infinite Horizontal Scalability, visit saga.xyz. And special thanks to Saga for supporting this weekend's invitational event. So
Yeah. I did find some more info on Community Gaming actually. It's the most advanced competitive gaming platform. So it powers over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. And it has also facilitated more than 50 parallel tournaments. So that's quite impressive. It is committed to support the growth of Parallel's esports scene. And again, thanks for that. So thanks to our sponsors. And I do believe we are almost about to go over to the bracket again. And then the deck lists and Ali and Mookah will take you guys into the finals, so that's going to be a lot of excitement.
yep. So we see here that Sekinox won 3-1 to Ivan, and Kartoha once again 3-0 on the semifinals to taking it. Sekinox versus Kartoha on the finals of the Planetfall Invitational. What do you think, Tia, about all of this?
I think it was such a nice initiative, honestly, especially for people who are looking at Parallel, maybe considering trying it out. The fact that we got to see pros versus people who are more part of like the streaming community, stuff like that. It's quite nice seeing the interaction play out, and at the end of the day we got this awesome finals as a result, and everybody just seems so excited to be part of it all, including me. I'm quite excited to see how certain decks are played by certain people. It's a good time to learn, and yeah, looking very forward to it actually. Would love to toss it over to Ali and Mookah. the quicker the better, so we can watch it.
Yep, very excited to see the finals. See you later.
All right. Hello, everyone. We're back and about ready to get into the final match of the Planetfall Invitational. Whew, it's all culminating to this. Go.
The crazy finals.
Yeah.
Like this is probably two of the more esteemed players in the parallel scene. That these guys are absolute juggernauts. So it's really really cool to see them go against each other. We talked about the difference in some of their decks, even though they brought some similar stuff. And seeing we mentioned the universal, if we got to see a showdown, which one would be the victor, right? And here we go. We get to see it today.
Two universal decks in the final.
Yeah.
Like I honestly wouldn't have guessed that. But I think it's like I lose to it on ladder, you know? Like it's a bit of a sleeper, and I'm
Definitely.
really excited to see, you know, how it pans out. I do wonder if or actually hang on, which one had the heal? Was that Ivan? Maybe that was Ivan's list.
Ivan had the no. Did Kartohas have the heal? We're gonna go through deck lists, so we'll be able to see it one more time,
Real quick.
just as a quick refresher. But yeah, these guys have a lot of respect for each other, which is really cool to see in this tournament. Kartoha coming in on an absolute hot streak, 9-0. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. Has not even lost a single game. Equinox pulling up some big feats against some big opponents. So it's gonna be a crazy match. I think it's definitely gonna be a good one to see.
Yeah. As Tia was saying, it's like it would be really cool if Kartoa went undefeated in the whole tournament, but I think Equinox is going to be a pretty tough
Yeah.
opponent to have that happen.
If Kartoa pulls that off, absolutely insane. I don't know. I think I'll be freaking out. I can't even imagine. But I'm excited to see these games. They're gonna be a lot of fun, a lot on the line. I don't know, because these guys both brought comps that kind of counter what other people were bringing.
Right.
So does this change what they bring first, or do we see like what we saw with Sequinox and Ivan, where it's just like both just roll into the Nehemiah first, and like whoever wins, and then we'll go from there.
I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think there's like an extra layer of mind games now for
Yep,
these two.
exactly.
It's like
Yeah,
they
yeah.
had, even Kartoha in the interview was saying, "This is what I normally do."
Yep.
And now it's like, oh, that's out there. Now, how many steps ahead in your mental, do you have to try and outthink your opponent
Yep.
here? So
No, they're
yeah, it's gonna be
they're
good.
definitely gonna be doing a lot of mental gymnastics in these
Exactly, that's
games.
the word.
Yeah.
And I
It-
am looking at the deck here. It is Kartoha that has the 3 copies of the Silent Surgeon, so the heal in the Universal deck. So,
yeah.
you know,
I wonder what decks that's really valuable against that Sequinox has brought, because he's not bringing like a Catherine or something like that,
exactly.
right? Do those
Like
become dead cards, or are they like gonna put him over the edge to survive a turn, and then he gets like a win or an ID and hammer or something,
well,
just
that
hits
was
face?
my fear, is that maybe that list is a little too teched and it like
Yeah.
could fall short here. But the thing about Parallel, which is really nice, is that because of banking, right? Like you can always bank your tech cards that you don't need, right? So,
Yep.
that's a nice option, I suppose.
100%. Yeah, the techiness definitely lends itself to banking. You just want to make sure, hopefully, you don't draw too many of the techs at once. Like,
Right.
so in the case of Kartoha, right? Maybe don't want to see too many of the surgeons, but same thing for Sequinox, right? Acid spray is useless in most of these matchups. So if he starts a hand with the 2 acid sprays, something that was amazing against Ivan in this next set will, be pretty hurtful for him.
Yeah. It's so obvious that these 2 players know the game so well. Like they're
Yep.
locked in. Sequinox with the insane, I think, lineup bring. Like I just think he read it really well. And Kartoha undefeated. Like
Yeah.
this is quite a nice final. I'm happy to see it. And I guess let's see the bonds here. We got YGG versus PDAO, right?
Yeah.
That's how it's
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
down.
Karto is he's representing Pete today, but I guess he's double dipping. He's also a Devmons player,
Okay,
so
okay.
a little bit of that double dip in over there.
Nice.
But I can't believe like the 2 finalists that we have, right? Karto expressed how he was preparing with Ivan, and we saw how fierce Ivan was in this tournament. And then Sequinox just going off the solo theory crafting sessions, like, and just coming here to the. He's like, nah, I just looked at the game for like 6 hours. And I thought these cards worked.
That line of what did he say? He was like, "Yeah, I didn't really practice them, but I
Yeah.
just like felt it." They're
He's like,
just
I
so
haven't
good."
played any of these decks before the tournament.
Like that's when he knows the game incredibly well,
Yeah.
and he read the field well. And I like I said, I totally agree with the decision. Like, why even give Shroud an option? Like, even if you
Mm-hmm.
try to target Shroud, they can still just get there. They
Yeah.
have the best tool set in the game right now. So I think that his decision was super smart.
Yeah, and I don't think Kartoha does anything cheeky and like lets the brand play through. I think he gets rid of that no matter what. And Neve is definitely going, we know, for Sequinox. He's not going to let Kartoha play that. But I wonder if Kartoha surprises us. I don't think he will. I think we're going to stay the brand. Oh, we just get the bans, actually. They both have banned Shroud. So, yeah, no Shrouds in here. So we can swap over. Let's start looking at the decks that they have brought just as a reminder for you guys. And we're going to start with Sequinox's Earthen list here. So special notes. He's got that 3 cleanse the earth. He's ready for the workshop matches. He's working for tokens, bouncing back any scaling units. Overall, like a great tempo card. He has the saboteurs in all his decks ready for the Catherine.
Yeah, honestly, the cleanse the earth could really like bouncing units with upgrades too. Like that's pretty nice as well. So that could definitely give him an edge. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Yep, we see the Naeus here. Again, I really like this Naeus list. I mean, one, you have the option to just overrun in the early game, but at the end of the game here, you got things like Odious, that can give you some sustaining power into the late game. So
yeah,
I love
he
it.
hasn't surprised anyone with the late game tactics yet, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if we see it in this set, if any of these matchups, because both of their lineups are both kind of like brawl heavy. Like it's almost like just two guys just in a fist fight match, just no defense, just punching each other in the face. I feel like that's what some of this matchup is going to feel like. So that Odious could come in handy and surprise Kartoha. I mean, he knows it's in the list, but we haven't seen it just hit play yet. But it'll be shocking if it does he's able to get that out.
Yeah, and we saw earlier that scanner probe can be super annoying,
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely did some serious work in a previous match. All right, and let's see. The last list is the
Universal. Very, very solid list here. A little more balanced, I guess, in terms of like the text against other decks compared to Kartoha's list. He's got the acid sprays, which unfortunately won't have too much value here, so that's kind of bang fodder. But he does have the annihilates. Dana's Silver Tongue, I think, is one that we haven't really highlighted in, but just a very strong stat heavy card. You never know, he could steal one card from Kartoha's list, like a target painter or a gunslinger if needed, try to get some action. But yeah, overall pretty similar skeletons, just a few techs that are a little different.
And now we can move on to Kartoha's list. Starting
Ooh,
out
I
with
like
Universal right away, just can kind of see the differences here between the two. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that Kartoha might be a disadvantage just because it's a little bit more tech heavy, but it's got all the important things. Also 3 copies of Master Poisoner, but it's still fairly similar. And again, it's probably just going to come down to not getting overrun, and then who gets that turn 7 and 8 going.
Yeah, it would be crazy if we see an insane like Sanctuary play into like an early Ingrid or something.
Ooh,
discarding random cards
that.
and getting a legendary.
So true. Yeah, Sanctuary is one of my fave cards to play. That's a good time.
Yeah, so we'll see if the RNG is with Kartoha on this one, if he gets the Sanctuary out.
All right, moving on to next. Here we see the Kathy.
Nice and standard.
Yeah.
Yep. Only difference in this list is he's running one less improvised tactics than normal to fit in that Saboteur. Won't be useful against Sequinox because he's playing 0 relics in every one of his decks. But still, good unit, could still be powered up to a 4/3 if played as a second unit, so not too detrimental here. Simple and sweet Catherine list, get the burnout, try to get the win.
Yeah. On to the last one. We see Kartoha's version of Nehemiah, which, again, different because it's got the Altar of Gaius. Equinox's does not have that, so a little bit different. No Cleanse the Earth. 3 copies, actually, of Virulent Spores when Sequinox only has 1.
Assuming all things are equal, right? I think I like Kartoha's Earthen list more here.
I think so as well. I will say that they're similar enough that it probably comes down to who gets Steward of the Garden, like a lot of the time. But if they both get it and they both have like that good 1 into 3 play, then I think that the difference in list could definitely make a huge difference.
Yeah, if they somehow equal out to the late game, Sequinox is going to be going for like those Tanes and those kind of like units, but the Altar of Gaia with Terra, we've seen a couple of times how dangerous that can be and how quickly a board can either grow or just like get really strong. So if those altars stick, it'll be a big problem. But we know Sequinox is also playing Saboteurs and all his stuff too, so Altars of Gaia's might not be able to stick. So if Kartoha leans on those charges a little too much, could hurt him.
True. If I were Sequinox, though, I would try to be the aggressor. I don't really want to face down those Altar of Gaias and Terras. in the
For
late
sure.
game. I mean, I suppose you're
What
always trying to do that, but I'd really try and really try and do
what are
that.
we thinking about lineups? Like, what do you think they're gonna start out with?
Gosh, I kind of like the Earthen start. How do you feel about
For
that?
both? For both of them?
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
I think the
Part of
biggest scare
me.
is like the cat. Like, I just really don't want to play Catherine into Earthen.
Yes, that's
Um,
typically not favored. Um, yeah, I think they might just open both Earthen. I just don't like the Earthen mirror match because I just think a lot of it does involve who goes first and did they draw the steward combo because then it can get really, really like derail the rest of the game.
yeah,
Um, to that point, like if you're Sequinox, I think the workshop doesn't look too bad. If Kartoa tries to surprise with like a Catherine early game, then you have your decks built to beat that. You do kind of well against the Earthen, and because you have the Master Poisoners and things like that. And then if you go into a mirror match workshop, then it is what it is. That's a street brawl. If it's universal versus universal.
yeah. Well, I think we're almost ready to get started here. I mean, like I
Yep.
said, I'm gonna stick with you have to. I mean,
I'm taking
yeah,
the Kartoha
yeah,
the mantle. I'm rooting for him in spirit of Quinto. To see a player, if we see a player go 12-0, I think that would be crazy. If there's
for
one
the
man that's
title.
capable of doing it, I think it's Kartoha.
When it's the finals, I always like the game 5, like
I
the
do
the
too.
suspense,
Yeah.
let's
Yeah.
draw it
Yep.
out and
Yep.
make them really work for it kind of thing. So that's what I'm hoping for.
A good
But
series of 5 is always exciting, especially in the finals. If we get there, I just want to see a universal. But for now,
okay.
we're gonna have to settle with the Earthen Mirror.
Yep. Before we get started, though, I just want to do a quick thank you to one of the sponsors, Portal. If you didn't know, gaming is at the start of the next big technology shift, enabling the move to player owned economies. And the next iconic gaming studios and titles are being built on the blockchain. So, Parallel and its players and streamers are at the forefront of this revolution. And at Portal, they are proud to support with simplified blockchain tech, spotlighting the best games and maximizing player rewards. So, a special thanks to Portal for supporting this week's invitational event.
Oh man. Oh man, Allie, are we about to see a full 5 mulligan from both players?
Let's do it.
They're
Let's do
leaving
it.
it to fate. Here we go. No, okay,
Oh,
Steward for Sequinox. Steward for
yep.
Sequinox, but no Moonlit, so it's okay. But he does have the Primea Conduit. It could get a little crazy. Kartoha, no turn 1 play. So that's a little unfortunate. He's just going to bank the Hearth and end here. I mean, this is not the best position you want to be because Cunning Diplomat won't really do much. But we see Sequinox and his vibe right there, jamming out to his music, getting that
Yeah.
Steward out.
I think we saw both of them actually are not playing Gaia's Call, right? So
Nope, no guy's
Sekinox was
call.
able to bank that Saboteur with no fear, which is good.
Yeah, I was surprised Ivan plays that. I mean, I understand it is a game-winning card, but there's so much relic removal in this kind of like format, even on ladder. So I'm surprised
Yeah.
that he had broad hit, but both of these guys opted not to. They don't even want a chance of losing the game because they had a dead turn 4 or something due to relic removal.
Yeah, honestly, like I had a big discussion about this yesterday. My roommate Sneaky, he's a high level Earthen player, and he plays it, and I'm like, yeah, but there's just so much relic removal, and he's like, yes, but they have to answer it, and it's a one of, and if just it goes unanswered, it flat out wins you the game, and so
Yep,
I'm like, yeah, I suppose so.
yep, yep.
So makes sense. All right, so let's see. Sequinox obviously's got the turn 3. Will we see a Crimea? It'd be an easy answer to that 03. Yeah, I think that's
Premier is really
right
solid
there.
here. Can doesn't even have to go into the Nehemiah next turn technically. I assume Moonlight's gonna come out from Kartoa this turn. Sequinox could go the upgrade route and try to swing into the Moonlit and hold things down for a little bit, but it's pretty good. I mean, we're lucky for Kartoa's benefit. He's very lucky that there's no Moonlit combo. The Primea Conduit, though a great card that scales, won't super blend into the next few turns because of the stat lineup between like the Moonlit and the Nehemiah. They're just out of the range of like being kill targets. And Sequinox
Mhm.
probably wants to get his Nehemiah out first, but we'll see how he. This is going to be a pretty interesting turn to watch.
Oh wow, and the
Well,
backup
now there's Solea,
Solea.
so I think
Yeah,
he's fine. I think he goes Nehemiah here.
yeah. Hard not to, right?
Yeah.
Interesting decision to hit in though. Both of these units, of course, have defenders. So if he goes
Yeah.
to attack the O3, the Moonlit can block. Now, the
Alright, so
one thing, like with the Nehemiah, if it comes down here, it's going to be pretty tough. But Kartoha does have spores in the hand, and this board is almost sporesable, kind of.
yeah.
But yeah.
Spores the mirror match with spores is so interesting because it's like there is a very, very small window. I want to say like within a turn that is it's
Mhm.
good to spores usually in like them against the mirror match. And if you miss that window, your spores went from like the best card ever to like this card just insta bank. It's not good.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's gonna be up to Karto to figure out. I mean, this window is okay. I mean, you kill the conduit, you kill the shield pod, the Steward becomes a 2/2 and then a 5/5. You know, there's no relics in Sequinox deck to heal, so maybe that's okay.
Eh, it just doesn't feel great. You pass
No.
off the defender to the steward, and
Yep.
yeah,
He
it's
opts for
not
the
good.
Nehemiah instead. He gets to swing with 2/3/3s. Not too bad. I mean, if he can lower, if there's some awkward defending here from Sequinox, then maybe next turn is like the Spores turn and try
Yeah.
to equalize the board. But we know what's probably going to happen is that there's going to be a Solea being played that will immediately take out Kartoha's uh, Nehemiah, and
Yeah.
that'll be really, really tough.
Yeah, history is repeating itself. I think Psychonox was the one who did this in a previous match, right?
Yep,
Had the
he did it in the
Nehemiah.
last set, his last set.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just, yeah, you can see it on Kartoha's face. I mean, it's so hard from this point. Like, if you've got your Nehemiah on the board,
Yeah,
and like, how do you recover? I
having
mean,
Solea in the mirror match is so strong. Like, it's because normally it's like very tough to like get the right swings that you want because of all the defenders.
yep.
But if Solea just bypasses that and you just take over the board, I mean, at this point, I don't know. Maybe this is a good Spores turn. Try to get things down a little bit. But Sequinox's hand is so strong. He has can Wong next turn, or he could go the Nehemiah's Faithful into the Cunning Diplomat.
Endless
Um,
possibilities.
yep, it'll be good. He could
And
buff up the Steward so that he could Terra
yeah.
the turn after.
Okay. All right. So there's that. This was probably the Spores turn, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you got a
it's
10.
not great, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You can't
Uh,
even double play these stewards; they both die. I think. I mean, well, the defender sticks, so he can play them actually.
we've
He would
got
lose one at least to Salea if Sequinox just chooses to not attack.
got a nice turn for Sequinox next. I mean,
Yep,
he's got access to 6. He can drop a Nehemiah's defender, and then fungi. Some health back up to either Solia or a Nehemiah here. Like this is looking pretty good.
100%. Cartoa drew another spores. I mean, unfortunately, you can't stack spores,
Mm-hmm.
so that's not a technical answer for him. But I think he's really depending on high rolling with Terra next turn. That's probably his best bet that he's aiming for.
Then in that case, you probably have to put the Aurora fungi. I hope I'm fungi. I don't know if I'm saying that
I
right.
say
Uh,
fungi.
fungi. Okay, I say fungi too. On the steward, right? So it doesn't die to the spores. Is that? You would
Yeah, I
want.
think so. I think you go Nehemiah's Faithful and Fungi. He might go Cunning Diplomat just to draw, but I think you
Yeah.
go Fungi. Oh, he puts it on the Solea.
Okay. Yeah, I
Right.
think it's fine. I like.
Yeah.
I think he's winning the game either way.
What's he
Even if he
killing
can't.
here? Steward?
Take, uh,
Think you kill a Steward to deny a Terra. No, he's going for the
Ooh.
Moonlit. He's capitalizing on the value. All right.
Interesting to point out, though, to what? Hang on a second. If one steward had
Oh
lived,
no, he still
he
would have
still
had
would have
it.
been able to,
Yeah,
yeah,
no, you're right. Yep, yep.
taking out the power. It's a good call.
Mm.
Um,
All right. think you got to go for the high roll. Give him a Tane. He
Let's see,
needs a
if you
Tane.
go for the buff, it's just not good enough. The
No.
stats of Sequinox's board just far outweigh any +2/+2. So yeah. If you get a Tane, at least you have some defenders on the board, so when those die, you can give Tane. I mean, it could be really annoying, like,
Yeah.
if we see a Tane come down here,
Or
but I think
even any high unit that can give Fast Defender at least survive. Something over six
oh
health.
my god, he
Oh, he
goes for the
buffed. Okay. Something I did not expect going for the buff. I wonder why. Because his board is not good.
yeah.
I mean the steward dies. Soleil loses his attack by 1, but still. Or by 2,
Um,
technically. Yeah, spores didn't finish.
so do we see no attack here and just let Celia go off again? Like we heal up the Nehemiah's defender, get it to cleanly take out the Terra, but that doesn't give us a lot of other options though.
I think he definitely is gonna take out the Terra. There's too many defenders. Only 3 attacks. So the Terra can live just through attacking.
Oof, not the best one.
Yeah.
Um,
A nice buff.
yeah, I suppose actually the counters, like you don't need it to be 8 attack, right? Because the counters on the
No.
Nehemiah's defender.
We'll add up.
Yeah,
Yep.
we'll take it out.
So he's got 11 damage on that thing right now.
Mm-hmm. See, is there any point in using this PS8 on anything? Really, I'm a little bit nervous about the spores, though. Doing too much work against this. We just don't want to let Kartoha get back into this, from
Yeah.
Supernex's side.
Why is he PS8ing? I think he just does not want he does not want to make a mistake
Yeah,
maybe.
that's valid.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know if this works. It should work this way.
I would do the same just to be
Yeah.
sure.
All right, he's looking pretty good. Kartoha is pretty. He's seeing the board. He's not too happy with this. Spores wouldn't even do anything. I mean, this Nehemiah's Faith will be hitting chunking for every damage it takes. It's already getting 1 extra counter next to that Nehemiah. He can't heal or anything to double Shamak to try to draw anything. I think he really needed that Terra high roll.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the decision to buff was like it was playing from behind so much that you needed a miracle, right? You needed something like a Tane that would just be so sticky
Yep.
for Psychonauts to deal with. But let's
This looks
see.
like I think I don't see how Kartoa can get out of this one. He can stall a bit, but there's been no damage to face. He can't even get to face.
Yeah, I mean, in Sequinox next turn, if there was any fear about the health getting too low, you can just buff up the board with Terra, and Terra would be protected by some defenders, and then you've got the Moonlit for the next turn to get the Flourish ability off again.
Yep. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Now, Sequinox, I think, has locked this in. I learned from Tia in the last set to call it like it is. This one is not. I don't think Kartoa gets this one. We can start thinking about the next match.
Totally fair. Yeah. So I'm
Go for this.
trying to think of some outs. I guess maybe let's see, counting. There's 15 damage. Oh my goodness. Not going for Terra. That seems odd to me. I guess
Maybe
if we're
heal out
going
of
for
spores.
yeah,
Or is he
but
gonna heal the Soleil and just kill something else? Equinox is playing this very safe.
yeah.
He's like, keep playing something. I will every turn remove a unit till you have nothing left. Giving Kartoa a little breathing room. I mean, I still don't think Kartoa can get
No.
out of this, but you never know.
I'm like a little bit nervous about it.
Yeah, he's not even gonna try to see if the faithful kills the other faithful. He's like, I just need a unit to die, and I know it dies.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Cleanse the Earth, super nice tempo.
Yes.
Yeah. Be really nice. Nehemiah should live here, but it not buffing it up, of course, gives the option for her to die, and then decent amount of power level would be taken away. But I suppose, I mean, At this point, I think miracles would need to happen, but
Carto has no like there's no boss cards left in his deck. That's like the problem. He's not he has there's like Wong is the last strong unit in his deck that could like get any favor. He's
Yeah.
just like flat out blocking with the Nehemiah. Second I was like, I don't
Mhm.
need this anymore.
Well, to be fair, like spores actually can do kind of some work. So if he had blocked with the moonlit there,
Yeah.
then spores would have taken out everything except for the Nehemiah's defender and the Solia,
Yep.
right?
Does he go for the
So,
spores here? I mean, this is a turn where spores might be good.
mm-hmm.
He looks like he's gonna try to Shamak first. Oh no, he's going spores. Here we go.
Yeah.
Spores. All right.
Where like I may have
Equinox.
liked to see the Terra like the previous turn because it just sort of eliminated that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You know.
thinking. I think Sequinox is giving Kartoa some breathing room. If that
Mm-hmm.
Terra was played, I'm pretty sure this match would have been more than over.
Yeah.
But you never know. Maybe a few more. Kartora looks like he's got a few more turns left now, so it could turn it around. That faithful is getting scarier though.
I
Like
know, right? Especially with
it's
the spores giving it more
5
turns.
counters on it.
Ay, ay,
That's
ay.
11 damage on that thing.
Yep. Pretty scary. All right. Is there ever a world where Terra is not the play?
I just love how he's just
Yeah.
vibing. He's still just
Yeah.
vibing.
It's got that RL grime going, like you said. Yeah. I mean, I can respect this. Yep. I can
It was good. Just
You
tempo.
break up the spores by playing a couple more minions too.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the Tane. I think Sequinox's strat is like he can slow play this as much as he wants because he just has more late game than
Mhm.
Kartoa. See, he's going for the Soleil again. He's just like one by one
Yeah.
picking off everything.
I just didn't want to be left in a position where my Terra is way worse, you know? Like
Yeah.
if you're wide on the board, it's usually a good chance to or a good time to cast it. But I think that Sequinox has this locked in. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah,
So
there's 4 defenders on board for him. Kartoa, even if he does the formidable off of this Wong, it can be blocked so that mostly everything lives. What is he picking up from
Miracle.
this Wong? Guy and Saleya. He finally gets to see a
Okay.
Saleya. He's smiling a little bit. There's some hope. He's either smiling that like that he got it, or he's smiling that like you finally decided to show up. What were you doing this whole game, Saleya?
Look at Cartoa though. I mean, he's locked in. I think he's like he's
Yeah,
running through every single option right now. Like, what can I do to actually like get back into this game here?
yeah, I agree. I think he has to Saleya here and kill the other Saleya with his Wong. That would be really good.
Yeah,
Equinox unfazed. He's playing Tane next turn. He's not stressed. Right?
that or a cleanse plus Terra.
That
You
could
know,
also work, yeah.
like if you know. Okay, let's think about this. If you Terra plus cleanse, you get to bounce that Nehemiah's defender. Like I really, how do we kill this Solia?
But
You
then
know?
defender goes to Wong.
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
Like it's tough. I think you sit on Tane. Tane is really, really fat. Like there's no units that can take it out yet. I mean, a Primea Conduit would take out a Tane, but at the end of the turn, so that wouldn't even matter because Tane comes back at the start of Sequinox's turn. Every turn it gets
Mhm.
destroyed. So he could just keep recycling Tane if he wanted to. I think that's the better play, but the Terra will be
Well, the
interesting.
saboteur is in the hand though.
Oh, that is very true. I did not
Yeah.
even think about that. Saboteur would take out the relic, but even then, you can't run into Tane. You can only kill it at the end of your turn, right? With the Saleya. So when are you getting the Saboteur off? I guess is my question. You have to figure out. You have to get past 4 defenders on this board right now, and then kill Tane the natural way.
Yeah, no, that's true. I will
But
say
he's
though that
playing
this
it.
is like gotten to a point where it feels like it's closer than it should be. Like I'm not completely convinced that this is over actually. Like I mean it's still looking favored for Equinox, but
Yeah, I think he definitely. What are we
I mean, so
thinking?
Terra has already come down, right, for Kartoha,
Yep.
so okay, that's fairly significant. Um,
Yep. Cleanses off, going off. You called it.
mhm,
Gonna bounce back to the defender. Does he attack
yeah,
with the Shamak? He's
yeah,
attacking. He's gonna clear the Saleya. He's like, get this off the board.
yep.
No, this
No,
works.
I think this seals it. This was a
Yeah,
really
this seals it. Both
well done.
moonlets will be on the board. Probably. I believe one is gonna be in reaching a dormant state again, so that will proc another flourish. And now with the Tain on board next turn, that would seal the deal. I don't see how Kartoa can get past us now. Now there's 4 defenders. Like, there's literally nothing that you can do.
Yeah, big shout to Sequinox for, like, sequencing that
Yep. Yeah.
well, like, did the attack first, saw where the defender got passed off on the Wong, then played the cleanse. You know, I that was a really well done turn. Okay, well, the, Saboteur banked, so now
Do we just play one big Crimea conduit and you're just like, please live?
deal with it.
I don't think so.
I mean, if let's see, if you cast a formidable presence and try to get no, that's not good enough, I don't think.
Formidable would just get spread. Like, it's not. He can just control where the damage goes.
Yep.
What's he looking for? Another formidable.
This is the moment at which
Sevens.
you do probably wish you had a Gaia's and you just try to stall until a miracle happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Like, if you're in this kind of matchup, maybe just holding on to the Gaias and praying you draw into it. But Sequinox would have never let a Saboteur go
Yeah. It's
if
so
that was the
true.
case.
That's very true. Let's see. Oh wow, letting it die.
All right, what are we doing here? The Moonlets have, I guess, stayed their
Huh.
welcome. I think he wants to keep that Moonlit aloft to proc his Terra, but I guess he's okay to losing it to a Spores or something. No, it wouldn't go off anyways. We're done with our energy. So
Seven
yeah,
seven counters on that Nehemiah's defender. That is
it's absolutely crazy. All right, back to dormant. We're healing. We're getting a new unit.
yeah, I
No,
like
we're still
buffing.
buffing.
I like
Sequinox, I like it too, but Sequinox hates his RNG, so it's extra funny to me that whenever he wants to go for the buff, because he's like, why don't I don't play that way. I just go for what works.
yeah. Do you really
There's the
think that's
Tane.
the factor? Like he's
No,
in that
not so
decision
much.
there?
I think
Like
he just wants to keep the faithful alive in
yeah,
this situation. The faithful is very, very strong here. There's 12, 17 damage on that thing. He might just like one shot kill with this faithful.
yeah.
It's gonna
We
get
just
another
got
2 counters.
yeah. We just got word that this has been the longest match of the tournament so far, and I'm
Oh, without a
honestly
doubt.
not shocked. Like I said, these Earthen mirrors they're tricky.
This is one of the few games that went to both players having 10 energy. I mean, let
Yeah,
alone the game being the
true.
longest. They're pushing. This feels like it's given all of throwbacks to like the workshop days. I mean, instead of
Mhm.
like waiting for an OTK, these guys are just playing the value game. Sequinox is comfortable with playing this as long as it takes. He's gonna just dwiddle it down. He knows he has more spike cards than Kartoa. Every card that Kartoa is using to try to get past the wall is just another tool out of his kit, and Sequinox can wait until there's no more tools left.
Yeah. I think at this point, I just think
I
without with Terra gone, no
Yeah,
Gaias, like there's just
no Saleya.
yeah.
I think most players would have quit by now. Shout out to Kartoa. He's like, I want a perfect record. He's like, I
Yeah.
need to win this match.
Gotta be careful. You don't want to use too much mental energy
That is
on
true. Yeah.
on this
I mean, you can
game.
see it weighing on him a little bit. He's
Mhm.
not happy with how this game has gone.
I mean, this turn here.
There is 25 damage on this Nehemiah's Faithful.
Oh, wow, that is well. It's
Psychonauts, end the
probably
game, please.
yeah. I mean, it's got to be lethal here, right? There's enough. I mean, you can buff up the moonlit
With
on the left to get it to
He's
8.
got Formidable, he's got Fungi. This gotta be enough. I'm not playing, so I'm not doing the math. I'm sure they
Oh,
are.
Oh, and
Oh,
there's
there's a
another.
Terra buff. Yeah, this has got to be it.
This
This
is
is full hand play.
a math is for blocker situation. You just start casting cards.
Yeah.
But you can't really just do that with Earthen though because of multiple defenders, right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
it makes it tricky.
Yeah. But he has 2 units now that can get over this wall. You see him starting to attack with the Tane. The Tane's comfortable with taking the most damage because if it dies, it just comes back. And then he
Well,
has
do
the
you have that
Moonlit for the next
with
attack.
yeah, I guess. Block with the 03, I suppose, right?
Yep. Then he swings with the 8/7 probably here.
Yeah, you could put the fungi on it so it doesn't die. Sorry, I guess it's you said 25 damage from that.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Oh,
attacking with it.
wait, why not keep it alive?
Mhm. It's 2 damage for every counter, right? That's
Yeah, and
27 damage.
or-
I don't think he needed to do that. I mean, Kartoa's probably just like, why did he do that?
yeah.
Yeah, he's just gonna get a clear. I think he just wanted a clean swing. Regardless, this looks like it'll be game. Kartoa could keep this going with a formidable presence, but I don't know if he wants to. I don't know what he's looking for. I think he's just waiting to see each draw, and he's like, does this give me something that tips the scales? But yeah, Sequinox is gonna play this safe until it's over. No overstretching or thing. I think he
Like
had
there
lethal. I'm
yeah,
pretty
I'm
sure he
I'm
had
pretty
lethal.
sure there was a lethal there, but
Yeah.
I do think in some yeah, I mean, you probably always go for the lethal, but in a tournament setting where it's high stress and you're like, "If
Yep.
I play this safe, I know I'm not gonna lose this as long as, I don't do something stupid," then,
Hundred percent.
you can just kill them the next turn. However, this formidable presence, sets, him a whole turn back, right?
Yeah.
One more. But again,
But
there's no win condition, I think, for
yeah.
Kartoha at this point.
Every turn, Sequinox is just gonna keep buffing. These moonlets are asynced from each other, so one of them is going dormant every turn. So they're just gonna keep healing the Terra, proccing the floor. She's gonna keep plus twoing everything. I don't. There's no way out. I think for Kartoa. But Sequinox, like you said, he probably, keep the mental stability in check, not risk messing up anything, even if it looks like it's there. Like I said in the interview, he could see gold in front of him and he would be cautious.
Yep. Yep.
So he's just gonna make sure he wins this the old-fashioned way. Kartoa looked like he was hitting the menu. Yep, and he hit the concede. Sequinox happy with that win. Nice play over there, keeping some of those power cards and keeping Kartoa from them also, right? So good on him.
Yeah, I mean, that was as soon as we saw the Nehemiah into Solia taking out the opposing Nehemiah, I think from that point it was pretty rough. I will admit, like I'm kind of surprised. I mean, look, Sequinox won the match, knows what he's doing. I was surprised at how long it took for the Terra to come down. Like it almost looked like there was a little bit, like you said, breathing room for Kartoha
Yeah.
in the middle there, where I feel like there maybe didn't need to be. But I suppose whatever he did left it to the point where Terra was on the board for a long time and kept getting multiple procs. So from the Moonlit. So you know what? It worked out.
Yeah. No, he definitely played it cautious, but he knew he had it in the bag. That the Saleya on curve was like the deciding factor. If he didn't have Saleya and had to push through some of that, and then maybe Karto had drawn the Saleya and was able to take out the Nemaya, totally different story, right?
Yeah.
But that's the name of the game. Sequinox gets this win. He has 2 decks left to win with now: his own Universal Workshop or the Naeus, whereas Kartoa has the Nehemiah, his own version of Universal Workshop, and the Catherine. I think this plays out a little bit like the match with Ivan. I think Kartoa probably locks in the Nehemiah again, and because it favors decently, it's okay into Workshop, but like
Mhm.
it's tempo, so he could just tempo his way through and win. And against Naeus, it's pretty good. He has so many spores in his deck that I think it'll be good.
True. That yeah, Carto has 3 copies of spores. But the thing is about spores versus Naeus is they cancel each other out if he can get the
Yeah,
attack
to
in,
an
right?
extent, there's one more damage that happens if
Yeah.
they're at the outside, right?
Like, you
So
need to have that initial spores actually take out the
yep,
units, because if they
yeah,
survive, then the passive of Naeus just, like,
yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't yeah, it doesn't do anything.
He can
So
it could slightly no. It should the spores still will outpace it as long as there's more than one unit on the board, right? Because they'll hit
that's
each
true,
other.
actually. If
Yeah,
yeah, because of the,
the
them
decay
being
effect
adjacent
passing
to each
around.
other.
Yep.
Yeah, good call,
But
good call.
we see this match locked in. Sequinox has locked in the Naeus, and we have Kartoha locking in the Nehemiah, just as was kind of expected. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Let's see what they get for their mulligan going into this. Kartoha starting off first. That's a good start. A lot of this matchup will decide on who went first because they both need such strong turn starts. Full mulligan from Sequinox, pulling out 2/1 drops. The Lord Harv. He gets that Odious. He didn't want to see that in the hands. Probably going into the bank and a Triumph of Europa. Overall, a very very strong hand. Kartoha is praying before this mulligan, hitting 5. He draws the Steward Moonlit combo. That's absolutely what he wants in this. This is what he needs. He has the recipe for success in front of him. He just needs to, keep that momentum going. This game should be his by all accounts. I'm gonna guess. That's probably a little bit of a brave one, but I think that's the expectation here.
I mean, could you ask
Sequinox,
for a better
yeah,
hand? Like, 1 into
yeah.
3, you got the spores as backup. Now, of course, Equinox has a reasonable hand as well, but I think that this Earthen hand probably just takes it.
Yeah, I think the other hand. Oh my God, Saleya also. This is like perfect curve. He just goes Moonlit here. He's gonna bank the Saleya. Okay,
Ooh.
that is questionable.
Over the altar, I'm kind of I'm
Yeah,
kind of surprised. Kind of surprised. Ooh, okay.
Gander Probe's not bad.
Oh, it's just so frustrating here because, like, you want to be getting the passive ticks,
Yep.
so, with Naeus, and when there's a defender on the board, you can't really. Well, at least in that situation, the 2/2 Valerusi Striker would have just died. So,
Yeah. I'm
pretty
surprised
frustrating.
Sequinox locked in the Naeus here. I think, with the potential Nehemiah. I think maybe he feels comfortable with this. If he goes first, right, this match maybe is a different story. But
Hmm.
Kartar going first and drawing the combo, not something you can particularly expect, but extremely dangerous still nonetheless.
Yeah, and going second.
Yep.
Not what you want to see.
And he's got the
Uh,
conduit next, a great next card unit. I wish he kept the Solea, but he probably is like, I'm attacking no matter what. Like I can't let the
Yeah.
board sit. Sequinox needs to draw into like a Cerulean Hunter Kalar, which I don't even know if he's running. Let me recheck his list. Probably one of his few outs. He is running a Kalar. It's a It's a 3-cost legendary that would be able to wipe some of this board, especially with the Triumph of Europa in hand. So that's his biggest shot right now. He is building quite a large board though. So Kartoha, this looks like as good as any as a decay turn. Drop that spores
Ugh.
because that wipes this whole board.
Yeah, this is just gonna. I wonder if he just scoops after
He
this,
might.
just to, like,
He might.
save the mental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sees it. Oh
Might have
man,
been a
he's
little
rocking her.
bit of a misplay not to put the standard bearer all the way on the left. Going to be
Yes.
completely irrelevant, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
Oh man.
just, in
Nothing like
general.
getting your board wiped and taking 13 damage to face.
Yeah.
That does not feel good. He's fine. He's just waiting to see what he draws.
Yeah.
Maybe he can pull something out.
Oh god,
It's
even
not
the
the best
glaive.
situation.
The glaive pickup is so frustrating too. Like, if you don't have another backup spores, then,
Yep.
clave, with the cleave ability, ugh, yeah.
This is exceptionally good. Now I understand why he kept the altar because he knew he was gonna probably be sporzing soon. That was his assumption,
Right.
rather than going for the pick off with the Saleya. So he goes for the spores and the altar. Now he's gonna be getting tons of counters every decay. So anything that he's like really really losing, he could just gain back. It's not too
True.
bad.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
It's a lot of healing.
Oh, wow. The
If he
backup
can
spores.
BM spores again. Is there anything we're
Yeah.
looking for from Sequinox that gets him out of this? I really
Nope.
he only
Nope.
draw one card, right? You can't draw Kalar and a way to remove itself, right? Kartoa's not going to kill it. It has to. He's just going to keep hitting face.
Said,
I
I think we've learned from Tia,
Yep.
in this, she knows when to call it, and I think this is one of those moments. Mm. But I probably would use some Gaia, altar of Gaia ticks here just to, make sure no funny business. Because like we see there's a
Yep.
Magna, right, in the hand. So Magna got a buff or something. It can maybe do some
So
work.
much healing.
Yeah.
I would have put that faithful in the middle between decay, but that's just like really, really nitpicky.
Yeah.
This game is over. Psychonauts looking. He's just looking to see what he draws. He doesn't care. I think he knows he lost. He probably knew he lost last
You
turn.
could pass turn for the rest of the game and
Yeah.
still win. You know?
Yeah.
Do
Yeah, he's
nothing.
just looking. He's just looking. What would I have drawn? Is there something out? Nah, there isn't. All right. On to the next one. You leave
Well,
nothing to chance in these kind of games, right? Just keep it
uh,
going.
definitely. Quite a contrast to the previous game that was super
Yeah.
long and drawn out. That one was done and
Maybe
over
one of
with.
the shortest ones of the tournament to
Yep.
balance out. We've gone through 2 games of time.
So Earthen is off the table now.
Yep.
Both players have gotten a win with their Nehemiah decks, and we'll see if Sequinox wants to run the Naeus back. What do you think?
I think I think the Naeus pick in general, I wasn't a big fan of it. I was hoping he went workshop, but I think he goes workshop now because I don't think you want to risk locking in Naeus and then maybe Kartoha sneaks in a Kathy and gets a quick win. Not that it's like super favored for Catherine, but it's definitely a faster deck than Naeus, so can steal a win in that matchup for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, uh, on the matchup there, like, what would be favored? Do you think Kathy's still over Naeus? I mean,
I think Kathy's like slightly favored over Naeus still,
yeah.
yeah, because there are hands with that deck that you don't care what units are on the board because you're just burning, you're racing to
Mhm.
burn, and the Nehemiah, sorry, or the Naeus is trying to just control your board because you have units that are either burning or like the artillery
Mhm.
spotters or the bannermans or the Iron Core quartermasters. There's like a bunch of units that synergize with burning that you want to
Right.
get rid of to stop the scale of burning, but like it becomes
Yeah.
kind of a losing battle. You win that matchup if you just draw first and you draw really well as Naeus, and
Yeah.
the Catherine can't catch up.
And the Kathy honestly wants targets for like their PS8s, right? Like they
Mm-hmm.
developed the Bannerman, and so if a Kathari is dropping a little striker down on the board, it's almost like thank you, that was what I
Yeah.
wanted. I
Even if they're going second and draw extremely well, they have PSA and determined assault to control the
Mhm.
board before
Yeah.
like rallying cries come out and things like that, and they can get explosive turns 3 through 5, so they don't have to wait as much. But Sequinox does not care. He locks in the Naeus again, and oh no, yeah, exactly. And Kartoha here is staying on moving on to the workshop.
All right, for Sequinox's sake, I hope that he's going first here. I think that's pretty huge. First with a
Yeah.
1-drop. Can he get it?
Kartoa took out D-Money in this matchup with those painters and all those pings, right? So Sequinox thinking it can go different for him on this one. He's gotta go first, which he does, half the battle. He has to draw some 1-drops, which he has. He even has the Magna for turn 3.
Ooh.
Is he keeping the black market fixer? He's gonna keep the fixer too. He's willing to not have a 2-drop, but you just gotta draw into it. Some of it's a skill issue, right? You just gotta draw into the cards that you need. He draws into the standard bearer and the saboteur, so he's got his curve. It's there.
He's got his curve, but Kartoha's got
Got the painter combos. He's
got
start
the
pinging away.
stuff.
He's got pinging away. He
But
needs
going
Sequinox needed the no. There's nothing he could do to get rid of that next turn.
Yeah. I Going first is crucial here though. Like this standard bearer is going to come down on 2, and then the barrage isn't until turn 3. So
Yes.
yeah, it's I'm not sure
But
here.
so this 2/2 is gonna become a 3/3, right?
Yep.
So then Kartoa this he either chooses the PS8 here or he plays the painter, which makes
Mhm.
sense. He plays the painter. So even if this becomes a 3/3, he can play his PS8 and kill it. And then he'll deal with each thing steadily. Like he literally has all the pingers in his hand, which is kind of crazy. If he
Yep.
draws like another painter here, it's just gonna be mayhem.
Magna will be able to proc all 3, which is nice.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Um,
very good. Sequinox has a very, very strong hand. Like, even
mhm.
if all these units die, he just brings them all back with Triumph of Europa, and the
Yeah.
curve is so good. Like, this is gonna be a problem. Kartoa does have all the pinging, which is really, really good, but at a certain point, the board might be slightly overwhelmed. So then he's gonna have to. He can't ping them all on the same turn. You know what I'm saying? So some
Yep.
stuff's gonna start to leak through the cracks.
This standard bearer and Magna coming back together, it equals 5, and can take out, the 4 health of the 3 drop there.
Yep.
So he's got options, I guess. Like you could go wider with like double 1 drops, that kind of thing, or you can have the clear. So this, I actually don't know where this is going. I think this could go either way here.
Kartoa is going for the double slinger here to
Mm.
ping out the striker. So that way he has some bodies to throw into whatever comes next. And he has the gun bars to pair with it. At least one unit is gonna live no matter what happens. Sequinox, what does Sequinox do here? I think he's gonna Magna the painter. Oh, then he draws the slinger. No, I still think he Magnas the painter.
I mean, you have to, right? Because the other option is like you're just playing a 1 cost. Like you're
Yeah.
not banking Magna and you're not banking Triumph of Europa.
Yeah.
So I think
The other
it's
thought is like you play both your 1 drops, you sacrifice the Magna, and then you get to kill both slingers. And then yes, there's still a painter, but you can just run over that next turn or the gun bars next turn. But it makes way more sense to do the Magna in my opinion.
I
Bank
think
the
I just want
slinger.
the Magna in the pool. I feel like
Yep,
he's
you
gonna
do.
need it.
Yep, I agree. And plus another draw is really important. He went first, right? So he's down a
Mhm.
card. So getting the extra card is always really, really good on the play here.
I will say that I'm like reasonably stressed about this Juggernaut that's gonna pop out though. Like that's gonna be pretty
Uh,
annoying.
yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of like when you get to it kind of thing. But I assume if Sequinox can trade in all his units to whatever like starts to come out, then Triumph will deal with whatever big unit comes from the workshop token because the
Mhm.
you can combo Striker and Magna if you really really need to. Or sorry, Standard Bearer and Magna.
That Taboola was actually really nice,
Yeah,
to draw off the Magna there. I feel like just having any extra stuff on the board, like, that
yeah.
was pretty clutch.
You can see Cartoa. He's not happy in his current situation.
Yep.
These guys are going toe to toe. If Sequinox wins this, what are we at? Are we 2-1?
Yes,
Yeah,
2
yeah,
and 1.
right.
Yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep. Mhm.
'cause right now they're 1-1. So these guys are definitely fighting for it. They are not gonna be giving anything away for free.
I mean, this is solid actually because you can just drop Naeus here, right?
Yeah,
Super clean trade, get Naeus developed. Looks pretty, and then and the buff, like the Juggernaut actually, like the 2 damage isn't even gonna take something out right away. Like you're gonna have to combo it with a PS8 or something, right?
100%.
Yeah, we've got the match scores next to their life totals here. Big shout out to production. I just want to say, look how like everything looks so clean. The animations, like 983, you guys have absolutely crushed it this tournament.
Yeah, everything looks super clean. And what do we got? What do we got for Kartoha now? He's now at the point where he's gonna start to struggle. Like I was saying, things are just leaking through the cracks a little bit. He needs some units to try and stick here so that he can pair off with like pinging all this stuff. He doesn't have quite enough to clear off like the Magna or anything. He's just gonna send the gun barge home. What can he
Mhm.
do here? Maybe just play Saboteur as a body. It's not that good.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you got to use the PS8 to probably take out the Magna with the ping and
Yep,
hope.
he's gonna PSA, and I assume that means artillery tokens coming out.
Look, miracles happen if you make it till turn 7.
Yep,
So I
he
think
just needs to draw the Ingrid. He needs to draw the Ingrid and get to turn 7.
that's the game plan, the win
Yeah,
condition right now. And Sequinox should be very much like, I need to end this
yeah,
quickly. Let's do it.
he's getting pretty far so far, so this is good. Sequinox has a pretty aggressive hand right now.
Do you
I say you
even
triumph
yeah, do you? Let's see. There's this standard
just to get the
bearer.
standard bearer back too, so you can start using it next turn with all these other units.
Yeah, and then you could even drop the tabula too.
Yep,
Hmm.
he's going through them all the scenarios. He's like Doctor Strange with the time stone. He's
Yeah.
finding the one timeline he needs to get this win.
All the multiple realities.
Yeah.
I love it. Um, yeah, I think you're right. It seems like I think you just want to keep as much pressure as possible.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
know, that way Kartoha is like forced
Yeah.
to survive, and
There's no
maybe
board
he'll make
wipes.
optimal plays.
There's
Yeah.
there's only the unstable shield generator, which is like not a big deal with this board. So, oh, scanner probe. That is you see his head look up a little bit. He's like, that one looks interesting. He's going
Yes.
just he's going for it. He likes the
Ooh.
probe. Probe can seriously control games. Like it's a very underrated. How like people don't give this card the respect it deserves. It can seriously control the whole game. Nae's
I
here gonna
mean,
buff the attacking units.
yeah.
If he steals a Freitas here, it's like or an Ingrid, it's over.
I mean, that has to be the logic too. You're like, the only way
Yeah.
I lose this is if Kartoha gets one of the best, cards, and
Okay, shield generator. He's gonna probably let that one stick. No, he's giving it. I'll take that. Just be safe. He's playing so safe. I have never. This man is driving 40 miles per hour in like a 75 lane. Nothing is going to go wrong. Nothing is going wrong for Sequinox in this game.
I love that analogy. That's great. Yeah, this is looking really, really good. Let's see. Top well, we knew that was gonna be the
Yeah,
Valiant
but he can kill the scanner probe, which is good at least. With the
Yeah.
slinger and the hit. They probably I mean, no matter what, Sequinox was gonna lose the unit, he couldn't have saved it, so makes sense that he hit face. Maybe force Kartoha to make a decision instead of him get that extra face damage in a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see. How much damage on the board
He's just
here we've
playing the
got.
poisoner. He's like, whatever you clear, I'm gonna kill it, or you kill it. Give me a unit or something.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, there's a
Good
lot of
here.
damage coming out from this Centaurus. Another 2 more units. 2-2. His board frame getting ready to see that scroll button in just a second.
God, this is brutal.
That's a big board. That's a big board. And he probably throws maybe a tabula into the poisoner. Yep, there you
Yeah,
go.
take
Just
care
get
of it.
that out of the way.
Seems I'm trying to think of any possible out for Carto here, and I think it's nah. This
Mm-hmm.
one is
No, this one
really
looks rough. I don't think he's even gonna make it to an Ingrid turn.
nope. I mean, it was a
Yeah.
great starting hand. We
Yeah.
had the one drop. I mean,
Yeah.
it
Still
looks like
clearing. He's still clearing.
yeah. I mean, I get it. Like
Yeah.
you're winning next turn, no questions asked. There's
Yep.
no 6 mana AOE. There's no unit on the board to do anything crazy. Like you've got this in the bag as long as there's not a miracle that comes about.
All right, Kartoha giving this win to Sequinox here. He knew he
Woohoo.
couldn't get it. He was worried about this, and he gets the win.
That's got to feel good because I feel like the Naeus is like the one that you're a little bit like, ugh, can I get a win here? Just
Yep.
because it's sort of is reliant, like I said, that turn 1 or going first and a turn 1 drop is just so crucial, and so I feel like every time you play it, you're kind of going for that, gamble, and it worked out. So
Yeah, it definitely worked out. I think we're gonna have to see the universal mirror match that we were saying that we wanted to see. I don't think Kartoa is bold enough to bring out the Catherine just yet, like into that deck. He knows that deck is designed to be Catherine.
yeah. And I
I think he.
think there's something to
But that,
say about, like, giving the people
oh
what they
my god,
want,
they
like,
are. They're
how could
doing
he
it.
not, give us the universal mirror, right? I think he has to do it, yeah. And that's what we're getting. That is what we're getting.
That's
I
oh my
think
god. This is a race. This is a race. Instead of race to face, this is race to Ingrid.
I think that a stabilized shard could be fairly significant. Whoever,
That's very
maybe gets
true.
that ramp going early,
Yep.
could ooh, a scanner probe, that could be nice.
Scanner probe could definitely be nice, but Kartoa is not taking any chances. He's locking in that Ingrid in his opening hand.
So,
He's
yeah.
not going to lose that. He just needs to. I mean, these guys, neither of their decks are like really built to like win the early game, so this is going to be a
Mhm.
pretty slow match, and a lot of it will be decided by the end. Maybe some of the chips, like the little chips that they give it to each other's life and stuff throughout this game, but for the most part, not much is gonna happen. And you see
Yeah.
that with Equinox playing the gunslinger first and hitting face, he knows neither of them really have anything that matters in the early game. So if he can chip
Mhm.
away any little bit and try to get the win, that's fine for him.
Those little or the 5-drop heals,
Yep.
proving to be good bank fodder as we discussed,
Silent
earlier.
Surgeon.
Yep,
I
there
don't
it
know.
is.
I feel like that card might be useful at some point in this game. There's three of them, so he's bound to see another one. But I feel like if they're both going to try to chip away, then maybe one fat heal for 6 helps you a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Just
possible.
just a passive turn. Draws that Sanctuary. We're going to start gambling some cards.
Let's go. I
Scanner
mean, it would be
Probe.
really cool to see a lucky, like, sanctuary
Yeah.
hit.
Target Painter. He's like, nah. If anything, it's also just good hand knowledge now. He'll know.
Mhm.
He's trying to steal something good, but if not, it is what it is. Do we go for the Ruined Tinkerer here? Yeah, we're
I
gonna play
think
the
you
Ruined
have
Tinkerer.
to.
Yep.
Can't
Equinox with that Gunslinger, or does he just match with his own Tinkerer?
mm,
His Tinkerer would be a little stronger because he sacrifices the Gunslinger too.
yep.
Idean Hammer.
Oh,
Lets him have it. Little too late.
interesting, yep. Being able to develop another one, super
Yeah. I
nice.
mean, Equinox has good cards in hand, right? He probably doesn't want to give any of these away for a late game card.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder how cognizant of Kozo, like what you're banking here. You know that
Oh
Kozo is
my god.
with. Yep.
That is true. Equinox, okay, I'm telling you, Equinox has probably, most players probably this tournament have been reading hands in the sense that like they can tell if they have any hand knowledge, they are keeping track of like what place in the hand that is, and if they're seeing
Mhm.
banks from like the right side, they know it's a card that they've seen that's just been drawn. So you can make that kind of like generalization if you want to, keep a card or try to steal it with something. But Kozo, it'll let you know it's in the pool. I believe Kozo is still randomized in terms of like you selecting a card. You don't get to pick like, oh, that's the fourth card you banked kind of thing.
Right.
Um, but still, knowing it's in the bank probably helps with decision making. That like, oh, maybe I should play my Kozo.
Man, I mean, a glaive coming down next turn. This is, and also, I guess the Juggernaut is getting popped out here for
Yep.
Kartoha, and I mean,
Both
but
these guys
still
are
though,
gonna get tokens. Both gonna get BMF'd.
here's the thing. So Kartoha has Ingrid,
Yep.
which Sequinox obviously does not, but right now, it's looking like Sequinox is in a much better position, right? You got
Yes.
a solid 4 into a Wong 5. So yeah, I think anything could happen though. We'll see that.
I think it depends what we see a bit from them. Like if Equinox chooses to answer with Black Market Fixer, that's probably a little bit more This is so funny. These guys are just like creating tokens every turn
Okay.
from each.
It's a
Um,
true mirror.
yeah. Oh man, glaive into a glaive v glaive. But yeah, if he answers with like black market fixer, it's not as bad for Kartoha. If Sequinox reads that maybe the glaive is stronger for him, then I think you're right. It starts to get a little scary for Kartoha because he has to get to that point. But
Mm.
I don't think there's enough strong units on the board that like in terms of like they're all going to be pretty concentrated on a few units. And keep in mind, Ingrid can steal a unit. So imagine playing a glaive and having it
Yeah, I was just
stolen.
totally, I was thinking that, and it can attack when it's
Yep.
stolen as well, so
Yep.
maybe you're being or Sequinox is being super, safe as he's
Yep.
been playing this entire tournament, why even give him the out, right, of a board clear with glaive.
Exactly. He's getting those tokens. So he's no more cards in his way, so he's not going to give any tokens for free. Looking at Kartoha, draws into the collateral damage, not the card he needs. Sequinox is pretty good job, avoiding those acid sprays from being drawn.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to see any of those. Kartoha drawn into his relic removal when he knows Sequinox doesn't play any. Thinks just a little bit. Question is, if you open Glaive here, what
Oof,
happens?
that's not
Glaive will just get gun barged, or even worse, Master Poisoner. He's gonna probably play something that has immediate value, like the fixer, I would assume.
hmm. Yeah, makes sense, and I really want a Wong next turn. I think probably be the move here.
Yep. You could go for the gun barge if you want to keep tempo. He draws into a Freitas. All right, that glaive is going into the bank. He
Yeah,
doesn't
that
want to
has
give
to
something like
be
that for free.
Yep, I feel like that has to be where his mind's at. He's like, "This is too good of an option to get stolen, so we are
Yep.
just going to not make that
For the
possible."
Wong, just a shard. A nice little 3 draw. That's always good. Probably get the Cunning Diplomat to get even more card draw. He
Mhm.
wants to see that Ingrid. Ooh, nice buff. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
solid.
Just chipping away.
Alright, one more.
Kartoel trying to decide what he's got to do. 2 more turns, right? Or 1 more turn for Kartoel after this to get his Ingrid.
Sequinox will be burning a card here. He's at 8.
Oh,
Probably
you think it'll be an
pro
Ingrid?
uh,
What's the over and under on it being an Ingrid?
I don't know. I think I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say, yeah, gonna skirt by without that happening. But honestly, though, this is still like such a powerful position to be in.
Yeah.
Oh, though, wow, Freitas and Ingrid picked up
Yep.
though, and only one more turn until he can cast it. So
Yeah.
how do you not make any of your units here too crazy good?
Yeah. I
Ugh.
don't. It's gonna be a tough turn for Sequinox because yes, read. If I were to play like if I'm Sequinox, this is maybe a read that he has the. Oh my god, he burned the acid spray. This man's a legend.
Yeah.
Um, but maybe that's a sign that like he must be confident. Like maybe he has the Ingrid, so now he has to
Mhm.
be extra careful.
So let's see. If you put double gun barge down, that's getting what? 2 damage after a unit attacks
Yes.
each. So that's 4. Oh man, I don't really like this. This glaive needs to be answered, right? Oh
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
He's
He's like,
this
I
makes
need
sense
to do
because
it.
he wants to get his if he's not gonna get the Ingrid out, he can at least get the Freitas.
Mhm.
Oh, Master Poisoner, just clear these out.
Yep.
Get
I
these
like
problem
this.
units out of my face. And this is actually pretty awkward because now what does Carto? Carto has to take something, but there's still a shield pod left. Like, do you just take the Master Poisoner? Like, this is actually kind of weak, right?
Yeah, this was perfect, actually.
Yeah,
Like 100% best play to do this, right? You get your Freitas option for next turn, and then the Master Poisoner just makes things very, very awkward.
yeah. Just plays it on the board. He's like, hey, I have this. If you want to steal any of my units, I'll just kill what you have.
We
He's
do see
looking.
a Juggernaut getting triggered, though. So, I mean, I guess okay, you can play Ingrid. I guess steal like the left. It's left or one of the left two and trade in. Just to like get some power off of the
Yeah.
board. But then it's easily, Ingrid's answered by a poke from a 1/1 because of the poisoner.
Yep.
So,
And then Freitas can get played next turn by
mhm.
Sequinox. This is really, really good.
There
This is
any
actually pretty
other
tough.
option? I mean, I
He
feel like
gets a glaive too, right? Doesn't he get the last card he played?
that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. But again, this Master Poisoner
Yeah.
is the problem.
He already knew what he was gonna discard. He's like, yeah, if it's
Mhm.
coming, this is what I'm getting rid of.
Mhm.
All right, Carto, what are you taking? We are taking. What am I guessing? All right, Black
Yeah.
Market Fixer's fair. Yep, gets the glaive. It's a shame that this is gonna get answered. Oh man, if he had a gunslinger, this would have been so good.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh,
you
yeah,
see
I
him? He's
even got
unhappy.
the
You can at least maybe play defender. Maybe s- stall out one, or you play a 2/5 and kill out one of the 1/1s at least. Kill the ruined tinkerer.
see how much damage right now is on the board. We've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Isn't that lethal with the 4 damage to the face plus 4 plus 4
Oh
on a unit?
yeah.
I think that's it,
He's
right?
doing it now too. He's doing the
I'm
math. He's
doing it. Yeah,
counting
we're
it.
doing the math
They're
too.
doing the math. I didn't even see that. Yep, he kind of look at him. He's happy. Oh my god,
Oop,
the read that
that seals the
that
deal, folks.
shard. That shard. You called it. You shard was the strong card that won. Second I don't think would have won without the shard there.
Yeah. Wow.
Look at him. He's doing it. He's like, I cannot believe I won this. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so
Cartoa sees
happy.
it. He knows what's
Oh,
coming.
I feel for Cartoja though. It's like, oh,
I
that's
feel for him, but we have we have a champion.
yeah, we have it. We have our
We have a
champion.
champion of the Invitational. Congratulations to Sequinox pulling out the clutch win in that Universal Mirror match.
And exact lethal too. That was
Yeah.
satisfying, 14 damage, boom.
I would have pulled out a calculator and put it on the camera. Like, do you
I
guys
know.
see this? This is the right number, right?
That's that moment where it's like your opponent is like, stop slow rolling me. And it's like, no, I'm counting lethal 5
Yeah.
times because I
Yeah.
need to make sure that I've got the win here.
Absolutely crazy. Good games.
Yeah.
And man, Sequinox, he came ready. And he knew his matchups and he played him well. Like, he played him
Oh, yeah.
well. He knew the strength. And I think honestly, some credit to him too. He knew how to play certain cards that people were unfamiliar with.
Yeah,
I think that helped a
absolutely.
lot too. Like certain matchups like that scanner probe, right? It's not normally seen and maybe you get a little, confused which one is a threat more, and he's just abusing those anytime he gets a chance.
Yeah. No, I'm just so impressed by the fact that he had a very clear strategy. He said that he plays Kathy the most on ladder. He knows exactly how to counter it and didn't want to take on Shroud, like had sort of the lineup that everyone was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And how satisfying. Like when people question your lineup and you actually take down the
Yeah.
whole tournament, like that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
That's a meta read. He had the best meta read by far. Like, good on him for that. He was ready for this conquest format. It's definitely going to make a lot of people in the the league, when we start getting majors and minors and stuff,
Mhm.
really think about how they want to approach their drafts. Like, has he created a whole new kind of like way for, I guess, the parallel scene? This happens in other TCGs, right? But in
Yeah.
terms of like metagaming and stuff like that, so absolutely, great performance. And I think we have him here with us too.
Yeah, we got the interview.
Hi, I'm
Hey.
back.
Oh,
Yay, let's
Allie Buff
go.
OP. Allie
Ali
Buff
Buff
OP.
OP.
my
Thank
champion.
you. Yeah, let's go. Oh, oh
How
my
you
god.
feeling? That must feel great. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, oh my god, it feels good. It just feels so good, man. Oh, it paid off. The risk paid off. I'm just so glad it paid off, man. I'm just so glad
Yeah.
it paid off. Oh my god, and the games were
How
so
How scared were you when you first locked in those decks in the tournament? You knew you were doing something different than everybody else, right? I'm sure you had to be a little scared. I'm like, am I dumb? Like, is this really the right way to do it? Or were you like, no, this is it. Go all in. This is how I believe it'll work, and that's what'll happen.
I was pretty confident, honestly.
Okay.
So I was just praying for my draws to go well, and
Yeah.
it did. Yeah, the draws went wild this tournament.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Naeus match, you drew
yeah,
so
Yeah.
well.
You've
Like,
had
woo!
some
yeah,
crazy hands. Naeus, you should start playing Naeus on ladder, man. With those hands, you can never lose. It doesn't matter what's the meta.
yeah, yeah. So like, just very glad like the preparation, everything. Yeah. So like the prep was great, and I was ready for my lucky day. I was well
Yeah.
prepped for my lucky day. Yeah. So I'm just really, really happy. Really, really glad. And the games were fantastic. You know, got me on the edge of my seat. I mean, I wasn't. I was trying my best not to show it, but yeah, man, a
How
lot
many
of
times did you count the Freitas lethal? I saw you. We saw you doing the numbers and stuff.
yeah, yeah. I had to like double check, triple check, quadruple check. I had it like the last turn. I was like, yeah, this is it, right? This is it, right? So I was like, okay, double, triple check, everything's correct, and then
Yeah,
yeah.
that shard was absolutely great. Ali called that when in the commentary. She was like, "I
Mm.
feel like shard is gonna be what like decides the victor here."
Yeah.
Great minds think alike. Great minds think
Yeah.
alike. Yeah, I was so close to keeping Saboteur and the Mulligan because I knew Shard would have made a
Mhm.
huge difference. But
Yeah.
he's going first, so I was just like, okay, never mind. If he's going first, I don't think there's a point in keeping it because he's still gonna get Ingrid first anyway.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That makes
So
sense. How
Hey,
do
look, I
you?
always say that success happens when luck meets preparation. Like you drew well, but you prepared well. You knew
Yeah.
exactly what you were doing with your lineup and you knew the matches in and out. So, like, seriously, you should be very proud of yourself. And it was amazing to watch your matches.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Very convincing wins, especially against like Cartoa and stuff. Like, how do you feel about your road to here? Because I remember in certain chats when the brackets came out, you were, a certain somebody was crying about his matchups being tough to get to the finals. So how do you feel now that you're here? You definitely feel like you must have felt like you earned your way to this spot now, the players that you played against. So yeah, what are your thoughts overall on your journey here to win the invitational and the competition?
Yeah, I think it made it a lot sweeter, honestly. Like having to go through Death Sea, Manos, Ivan, and then Kartoha, like, hello.
Yeah.
It's kind of unfair, honestly. But nah, like yeah, like these were great players. You know, we know one another for quite a while already, right? Everyone's been around for a while, and I'm just glad that we had great games, right? Obviously I drew really nicely, but yeah, it feels great to make it all the way here, even through such tough competition. Yeah, if anything, it's like confidence boost, right? Because I
Totally.
mean, you guys know I clown around a lot and stuff, so sometimes I need like reassurance that yeah, I can play this game. I'm not entirely a clown. Yeah, and
Hey,
like I know my stuff.
what a way to kick off, the competitive season for you. Starting with
Yeah,
this
yeah.
win, it's got to give you feeling pretty good going into the whole esports league. So I'm sure we'll see, many great matches and wins from you in the future.
Yep. Yeah. So yep, just gotta keep working hard, keep preparing well, and just a couple of shout outs, I guess. Shout out to IGG. Thank
Yeah.
you for
Yeah.
supporting me so for this entire parallel journey. Without them, definitely wouldn't have been able to win this tournament. So yep. Love. Love. And thanks, Ali Buff too.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
go.
If it
you
makes you
guys
feel
and
better, I
Mikasa.
wanted to root for you too, but she kept
It's
picking you
true.
I
first.
know.
It's true.
Yeah,
I
yeah. I was
still
watching like the broadcasts, and then you guys were
Yeah.
like fighting, and then Mookah was like, "Stop stealing from me. I wanted to steal from you." But thanks for all the love, guys. I
Uh,
really, really
yeah.
appreciate it.
But I got one more question for you. Now that you've drafted this way, you're the only one who drafted this way, by the way. Do you think that you've kind of like created a feedback loop of like counter culture where like people are gonna try to figure out the best next decks and then like go even beyond that? Like, how do you feel like this loop kind of goes, or do you think it's still gonna kind of be the same and only a few of you players are gonna try to think like kind of how you approached it, where you eliminate whatever is like a universal threat that you just never want to deal with, and then card counter, certain matchups?
Mm, I guess it's very dependent on the meta, and I think it takes balls to do this. So if you guys dare to do it, go ahead and try it. Right? So yeah, and usually there's always like 3 levels, right? Level 1 is like the main meta, and then level 2 you're countering the meta, and then level 3 you're countering the counters. So yeah, there's levels to this. There's many levels to this. So it'll be interesting to see how future tournaments pan out, right? With like now, I guess I don't know. Like I guess as a Hearthstone player in the past, we have a lot of experience with Conquest. So I came in with like prior knowledge to how Conquest works and like how I did well in previous Conquest tournaments, and I brought it into Parallel, and I'm glad it worked out this time. So we'll see. We'll see in future whether people will catch on. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of mind games, right? And you need to look at the field, think about what players like who's in the tournament. You know, what are they gonna bring? There's so many things to consider. It's so hard to say right now, but I guess this tournament was a good display, right? Good showcase of ways you can play tournaments. Yeah, you don't have to just bring out like the 4 best decks on ladder. There's always ways you can get an edge over other players. Yeah.
That's so true, actually. Like, as the parallel competitive scene grows, we're going to get to know players and know their play style. And so when you look at the field, you might be able to like try and counter people specifically, which is pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Very,
Yes.
very
Yeah.
cool.
All I know is Sequinox, I don't think you're gonna be getting no DMs to practice alone anymore. People are gonna be coming after you after this one.
Yeah, yeah. Come, please. I'll be glad to have some friends. Yeah,
True.
please do.
All
Ah.
right. Well, any final words? I mean, again, it was so exciting to watch your matches. Big congratulations. If you've got anything else to say, now would be the time, and then we'll let you go. And yeah.
Yeah, I want to catch Euros finals, man. I'm gonna head out to the bar and like drink and watch Euros for sure. It's starting in 1 hour. But yeah, anyway, just really want to thank everyone that's been casting. The people who made Parallel. Like you guys have such a great game. It's insane. I wish more people will get to appreciate the game. Right? We are not just here because of like Web3, blah blah blah. The game is genuinely fun. You know, if you watch the matches throughout this tournament, they were insane. Like they were insane. Like yeah, like I really truly believe, in the game. Obviously, we have some ups and downs, like bugs here and there, but take away all those, take away the UI problems, whatever, which I'm very sure the team will fix. This game itself is so fun. It's so great. Like if you guys are looking for a card game, look no further, please just hop into the universe of Parallel and enjoy some wild games with us, man. Like, yeah, everyone's welcome here. And yeah, good job, everybody. It's been a fun 2 days. I really enjoyed myself. I hope you guys appreciated it. Hope the players put up a great show. I think every player in this tournament was cracked. And yeah, I'm actually fortunate to be able to make it here.
Go. All right. Well, big congratulations again, and we'll see you in more tournaments in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Peace.
Yeah,
Cheers,
man.
guys. Have a good rest, guys. Bye.
Oh man. All right, Ali. We finished it up. We have a grand champion of the Planetfall Invitational with Sequinox fighting his way through what he deemed to be the hardest set of matches. He went some fierce competitors. So shout out to Sequinox for that stellar performance, taking out the undefeated at the time, Kartoha, also in the finals.
Yeah, definitely a good time to bring attention to Kartoha as well, though. Absolutely insane. Coming in second, I mean, you got to fight your way to get to second as well. He played incredible. I just big hats off to him, and also a congratulations. He's an incredible player, and it was amazing to watch his matches as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. And yep, here we are. Hey, Quinto, Tia. I hope you enjoyed the finals. That was a crazy set of games.
Oh,
Yeah,
he was so happy.
what a fantastic tournament. Definitely, I would believe this is the best tournament I've ever experienced in Parallel. So, starting from the ban of decks, it has been so dynamic. We have got to see all the parallels in play, and I mean, I'm sure you guys agree with me that this is what we love about TCGs, being able to play everything possible and figuring out new ways to actually get an edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without a doubt. I think to see the competition that we've had in this is crazy. I don't think this is an invitational, but nevertheless, I don't think we've seen this, like in Sequinox's word, cracked of like a roster in terms of people coming into a tournament. Like these guys were all really, really good. The games were intense. Like I can't not believe like what we're gonna get in the future, like in terms of like high end tournaments with like majors and minors to come.
Right? I mean, this has just got me excited for the future. That
Yeah.
we're gonna and the narrative gets built. Like now, we've had a few winners here and there, like Bunny, Cartoja, Quinto. Like there's these players that the narrative gets built of like this competitive scene, and so that's what's happening. And I can't wait for the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just so nice seeing the genuine excitement coming from Sequinox. And I mean, he worked so hard to get there, and it makes me want to play the game, even though I already do. But still, it's yeah, pretty contagious. And yeah, looking very forward to seeing competition ramp up as we go further down into the journey.
Yeah, we're seeing live the lore of Parallel being built with all these championships. So it's really, really cool. And as we all know, it all culminates with the end, with the finals at the end of the season. The league, again, reminder, is in effect now, right? The end of your ladder placements in this month's season will give you some points, and then we have actual events coming off. We have the league kickoff hosted by Paragon's DAO next month, right? And then more majors and minors to come. I think next month is also a majors qualifier, if I'm correct, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So those will be some big events, new competition, new names. I think I can't wait to see people come and win tournaments that like have not been seen on ladder before, or have not been seen like anywhere in the scene. Just coming in new, learning the game, and taking their creative like genius from other TCGs and teaching us something new. I think that'll be crazy. The upsets will be insane.
Just want to give one last shout to the sponsors, Portal, Community Gaming, Saga, and especially Echelon for the prize pool, $20,000. I think Sequinox is walking away with 5,000 first place. Was that the...
That's a nice
Nice
package.
little chunk of change right there. So
Yeah.
big
Yeah.
congrats to him. And again, thank you to Echelon and the Prime token, of course. Yeah, I think we might be ready to close this out, guys. It was so much fun to watch, and yeah, I just can't wait for more in the future.
Literally a crazy tournament series. I can't wait to see what we get in the future. It's been a pleasure casting with all of you guys. It's been absolutely awesome and fun and seeing these games, and looking forward to seeing more.
Wait,
Yeah.
Quinto, before, what is the broadcast going to be?
Yeah. Big thanks to the casters here. This is my first official casting of a parallel event, and I'm looking forward to casting with you all again, definitely. And yeah, this transmission, it's absolutely Jover now.
Yeah, there we go. Give the people what they want. Okay.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right. Thank
guys.
you so much,
Love you too.
everyone. There you go.
It was great
Big
fun.
thanks.
All right, signing off.